NRC Guntakal respond. NRC Guntakal respond please. Sir Massan garu.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
సార్ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్, మీ వాయిస్ బాగా లోగా వినిపిస్తుంది.
Thank you, sir. Sir, am I audible? Sir, am I audible, sir?
సార్ మీరు జాయిన్ అయ్యేటప్పుడు మీ కాలేజీ నేమ్తో జాయిన్ అవ్వండి. ఎన్ఆర్సి గుంతకల్ కదా, గుంతకల్ అని చెప్పి జాయిన్ అవ్వండి సార్. జాయిన్ అయ్యే
Thank you.
సార్ వినిపిస్తుంది కానీ బాగా లోగా వినిపిస్తుంది. ఒకసారి చెక్ చేసుకోండి. ఆడియో కొంచెం వాల్యూమ్ పెంచుకోండి. ఎన్ఆర్సి గుంతకల్. సార్ మార్నింగ్ సార్ వినిపిస్తుంది.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
ఓకే సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఎన్ఆర్సి తాడేపల్లిగూడెం.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Joined, sir.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ మేడం. Madam Deksha madam, good morning madam. Anil sir also will come by 10 o'clock ma'am. We will start within 10 minutes ma'am.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yes, we'll start as soon as everybody has joined.
Okay ma'am. Thank you.
Anjali.
NRC Srikakulam.
Sir, we are ready, sir.
Okay madam, thank you. NRC, SRR College.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning,
NRC
sir.
Vijayawada, sir.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Ma'am, good morning, ma'am.
We
Good
have
morning.
we have Neeruji with us again, and we'll continue the session with her. Ma'am, welcome back to the
Thank you.
session.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Today's topic will be growth mindset, and it's over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. So, a very, very good morning to you all. I hope you're all doing well. And I hope that you found the session yesterday interesting because today we will be building on what we did yesterday. So, yesterday we spoke about self awareness, right? Now, self awareness is not just an isolated subject on a piece of paper, it is something that you have to implement in your life every single day, right? So it is not just a theoretical topic, it's a very practical, hands on experience. I had spoken about three, tools which I had shared with you yesterday. I have shared those tools as well again on WhatsApp. You will be receiving it if you haven't already received it. Please take the time to evaluate yourself and to understand yourself better. Okay, this is the basis of what we are going to do today. Now, I want to share with you something which is probably the most important thing that I ever learned. Had I known this fact or had I realized this fact when I was younger, I think my life would have been totally different. Okay, so I am sharing with you what I consider to be the most important thing that anybody will ever tell you. Okay, so what is that? Diksha said, it's growth mindset. But before we talk about growth mindset, I want to share with you that the most important thing that you can do is to understand, and I'm going to read a quotation. And this quotation is actually, Mahatma Gandhi also has said it in his own way. It's the same thing that he also said. So this particular quotation I'm reading now, your thoughts become your words. Your words become your actions. Your actions become your habits. Your habits become your character, and your character becomes your destiny. So, at the very basis of all of this are your thoughts and your words, right? Now, how often do you really think about your thoughts? So, we do not realize, but there are thousands of thoughts that go through each one of our minds every single minute, every single hour. We have no control over our thoughts. They come, they go. And some of the thoughts are harmless, right? Like when you think, oh, I need to drink a glass of water, it's a harmless thought. But there are many other thoughts that keep coming back to us in our mind, and they limit what is happening in our life. So there are limiting beliefs that we imbibe from the way we have been brought up, from our particular life situations. And these limiting beliefs become embedded in our minds as habits. And then they actually define the way our life is going. So your thoughts are extremely important. And many of these thoughts, now let me give you an example of a limiting belief thought. So, maybe when you're small, you're playing in the garden or in the on the backyard, and your mother comes to you and says, "You never study. You're completely useless. You're never going to amount to anything. You never listen to me." So you have then, as a child who's 7, 8, or 9 years old, put it in your mind that I am not good enough. My mother thinks I am not capable of doing anything. And so then what happens? You start to look for evidence to prove it. So I'll give you a real life example. There's somebody I know who now is about 30 years old. He's a young person. When he was very small, he went to school and his maths teacher told him, maths is such a terrible subject for you. You will never do well in maths. Maths is, you are useless in maths. And he actually publicly shamed this poor child. So now the child's mind starts to look for evidence because obviously the teacher cannot be wrong. So the next exam, he failed. Next exam, he didn't fail. He did a little bit, but he did quite badly. And all through his schooling, he kept doing badly in maths. That was his worst subject, right? It was his absolute worst subject. And this poor child, when he went to college, suddenly realized that he actually, started enjoying hearing about mathematical concepts. So he found a professor who was actually much more positive, and he started attending maths classes. Today, he runs a startup, and one of the main things that startup has to do is to deal with figures and mathematical concepts. And he's running a pretty large, startup based on those mathematical concepts. Now, if he had not taken the trouble to break that mental conception of his, he would not be where he is today. So, we all have these limiting beliefs. And I want to stress that the words you say are very powerful. The words you say to yourself, right? So sometimes we say, oh, I'm never lucky. My friends are all lucky, right? But I have never won a raffle in my life. Believe me, you will never win a raffle in your life if you say that. Similarly, you may say, oh, yeah, people exercise and look after their weight. I am genetically prone to being overweight. I can do nothing about it. Believe me, you will remain overweight. It is all in the mind. It is all in the mind. But if you take it and you flip it and you say, yeah, sure, I need to become healthy, and maybe I am not yet at my correct weight, but I can be, right? So you start to change the narrative that you are telling yourself. Because inside our head, we all have this small voice. And this small voice is very powerful, right? When you have to get up and do some work, that small voice will tell you, "Arey, relax na. What's the point? Abhi kya karna hai? Let's do it at another time. Why should I bother? I have plenty of time, I'll do it." And then the last 1 hour before you need to do that assignment, you're running and doing your work. Why? Because you listen to that inner voice, which was taking you down a negative path. So remember one thing that, every morning, just like I told you that every night you need to evaluate what happened during your day, right? Even if it is for 5 minutes, every morning when you wake up, feel blessed and have a sense of gratitude because we are blessed. The fact that you all have such powerful positions in the education system of Andhra Pradesh, you are blessed, right? We are all blessed, but we never acknowledge that. So be grateful and acknowledge that as the first step. So I'm going to share with you now the fourth tool. And this tool is very, very important. And I'm just going to open my this thing to just share it. Okay. Can you see this? So each one of us has negative patterns which stop us from attaining our full potential. It may be insecurities that came out of our childhood life experience and are often related to how we look at our own selves. So if you think you are not capable to do something, you will make sure that you will not get it. So if you think, oh, I cannot achieve something in my professional life, even though, believe me, we are all capable, it is the limiting beliefs of your mind that hold you back. So if a child is criticized in school for not being smart enough, he begins to carry that with him to adulthood, and the negative patterns become the major stumbling blocks to achieving our dreams. So now this exercise that we are going to do now is going to help you to take your most persistent negative patterns and help you to flip them. Okay. So I have a long list of over 200 such negative patterns, but I want you to do this for yourself when you go home today. Think what are the things what are there in your thoughts? What is limiting you? What's stopping you? And very often, these things that stop us from achieving what we want to achieve are a result of a life experience that we have had. Something somebody said, or somebody said, oh, you are not this, you're not that. And we imbibe those negative things. So, for example, I'm just not good enough. And then you feel that I'm scared, that I may not be good enough in the eyes of the divine. Lack of faith in your own good or your own ability to get your goals. And you think, oh, I cannot do this. I don't have the ability to protect myself emotionally. I am not lovable. I'm not likable. I have to keep my distance in relationship because other people will trample on me. I can't be what I want to be because others won't be safe. So I may want to, for instance, quit my job, but I can't do it because I have to look after my family, and etc., etc., etc. And there are hundreds of such things. I want you, when you go home, to write down at least 5 such limiting things that you have experienced in your life. You will have to concentrate and think about it. Think about anything that you have had in your life that would have resulted in this. And I will share with you, for example, in my case, and of course, this can have, when you get some kind of negative feedback from the people around you and the world around you, you can have two different reactions. You can feel, oh, yeah, they are right, and begin to validate it, or you think, I'm going to prove them wrong. So I'll give you an example. When I was very young and I was in college, and, everybody was sitting for the civil services exam, one day I came home and I had an aunt who was visiting. And she looked at me and she says, you're sitting for the civil services exam. I said, that's right. She says, don't waste your time. There are millions of people who sit for their exam, and there is no way you are going to make it. Forget it. So now I could have taken that feedback and said, yeah, she's right. There are millions of people sitting for the exam. Why should I bother? Right? But I got very agitated and upset. So my reaction was a little bit different. And I said, I'm going to prove her wrong. Right? So I did prove her wrong. Because she also added, she says, girls should stay at home. They should get married. Why do you want to have a career? It'll only disrupt your family and things like that. So these are the kind of negative feedbacks that the world gives us. Think about it. What are the negative things that you have heard, which you have inculcated and put into your brain, into your mind, which are holding you back. And once you have a list of these 5 or 6 such negative things, I want you to write the complete opposite next to it. And then delete the negative ones and remember only the positive ones. So how do you do that? If, for example, the negative pattern is I'm not good enough, this is I am complete and whole and good enough, right? So you make it really positive. Similarly, if you say, this young man that I told you about earlier, he flipped it for himself as well, because he said he was so convinced that he was not good in math. And then he became so good in math that he's running a company based on his math skills, right? So you can flip it. Who has the control of the switch? Only you do, right? So write these 5 negative things because they are the ones which are holding you back. So now we come to the concept of a mindset. Personally, I don't like the word mindset because it means your mind is set. I don't think your mind is set. I think your mind is a very fluid, a part of us. It changes every day, and we have the ability to mold it the way we want, right? So the switch is in our hand. That is what I want to tell you. The switch is in your hand. And when you look at what has held you back from achieving the highest and the best in your life, whether it is in your personal life, whether it is in your professional life, whether it is in society, what has held you back in 99% of the cases is your own limiting beliefs. There is a very interesting saying that somebody has said. If you can think it, you can do it. It is because you can think about it that it is a possibility in your life, right? What we do with our negative thoughts is we stop the possibility. We say, oh, no, it can't be done. And you know what the universe says? Yeah, she says it can't be done. Let us give her that. Because the universe is ready to give you whatever you want, because it is a non-judgmental universe, right? It is not that it favors one person over the other, right? So everything in our life is a reflection of what is inside of us. That is why self-awareness is important. That is why you need to look at your mind and how you are thinking, right? So today, I would like you to go home along with the 3 other exercises we did yesterday, and I want you to list the 6 things that are holding you back. Think of the 6 negative things, it may be as a result of something somebody said. It may be as a result of some feedback you got from somebody, maybe not directly, and you took it to heart, right? Because these are the limiting things that are holding you back. Okay? Right? Normally, when we do this kind of a program, I have more one-on-one time with you, and we do it over several weeks. But I know that if you really listen to what I'm saying, there can be a major shift in your life. So please do it, because I would be happy if that major shift happens. Okay? So now going back to the concept of mindset, there is something called a fixed mindset. That means somebody who thinks that, okay, this is the way it is and there's nothing I can do about it. And you are just at the receiving end of what the world is throwing at you, right? You are just like a little boat being tossed around on the turbulent waters of the ocean. Somebody kicks you, you go this way. Somebody kicks you from that side, you go this way. Right? So that is the mindset, the fixed mindset. So you don't believe that anything can change. And you feel very secure in that situation because you don't have to challenge yourself and you are in your comfort zone. So when you are in your comfort zone, nothing will change, right? Because when you are in your comfort zone, whether you're sitting in front of the TV and eating your chips, while you know you have work to do, you don't do the work, but you are in your comfort zone, right? You say, chodo, kal dekhenge, we'll see it tomorrow, right? So now I want to show you that there is something called the growth mindset. So what is the growth mindset? It is the fundamental belief that you have the ability and intelligence to make shifts which are meaningful and dramatic in your life. So people who have a growth mindset, they embrace challenges and they look for opportunities for growth. They also don't care if there are obstacles because they believe that through effort and work, they can achieve whatever they want to achieve. So obviously the growth mindset is a very powerful tool for you to incorporate in your life. So from I'm not good at math, how do you convert I'm not good at math into a positive frame? You can say I'm not good at math yet, because the word yet creates a possibility. And I'll come back to that later. So these deeply ingrained codes, the negative codes, they hinder us from progress. And they keep us in a fixed mindset, right? So overcoming these negative codes and involves first you have to recognize it. So that is the exercise you're going to do. Recognize your own negative codes. This is for you. It's not for anybody else. It's not an exercise that you're going to, submit and you are going to be graded on it. But if you inculcate this in your life, believe me, your life will have a dramatic shift. So you can challenge the validity of these negative codes and replace them with positive and empowering codes. So first you recognize them, and the first step is to recognize, right? I believe that whenever you want to change anything in your life, the first step is to recognize that and to acknowledge the situation, right? Otherwise, you're just fighting in the dark, right? So you say, okay, this is my negative code. And yes, I have been living with it for maybe 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years. But you can flip the switch today. So if you have, for example, a negative code, I'm not good enough, you constantly doubt your own abilities. And this reflects not only in your professional life, but everywhere in your life. You may think I'm not good enough. It'll reflect in your home, where you may be with your spouse and you feel you're inadequate. It may be that as a parent, you don't feel you're good enough, and it may reflect there. It may be at the workplace when you are conducting your classes. Outwardly, we want to give the projection that we have complete confidence and belief in ourselves. But every time you go for your class, if you have a mindset that says, I'm not good enough, you think, oh, my colleague, she or he is better than me. And you start your entire classroom journey with your students with that in your mind, right? So the second part is you need to challenge its validity. It is just a thought. You can change it, right? So how can you change it? By saying, no, this is not correct. I am not going to listen to this little voice in my head that is misleading me, I am good enough. I am capable. I am lucky, right? You can change it. So the first thing is to challenge the validity and then you reframe it and replace it. Please write these down because when you write these down, there is a connection between your pen and your brain. Don't use the computer, write it down. When you write it down, it will become internalized in your system. So, for example, if your negative code is, I'm too old to learn new skills, then the growth oriented framework is, it's never too late to learn and grow. My age and my experience are unique perspectives and capabilities that will help me on my learning journey. Right? So you see what I've done? I've taken something that we have all heard. I'm too old to learn, forget it. I'm not interested. What is this artificial intelligence, whatever? I'm going to retire in 5 years. Who cares about artificial intelligence? Right? Don't fall into that trap. For two reasons. One is it stops you from achieving whatever you want to achieve now, but it also puts you in a box so that you are not able to grow. So you need to tell yourself these positive flipped codes, write them down and put them on your wall where you can see them every day and look at them and think about them a couple of times in a day. Right? Reminding yourself that these are my limiting ones and these are my positive ones. So I need to move beyond the negative ones. So, for example, we look at a leader and, all leaders are not born leaders, right? So sometimes people are put into leadership positions and they're scared. They're scared of what is required of them. So in that situation, if you say to yourself, I have valuable leadership qualities and I'm continually developing my skills to become a more and more effective leader. This is positive. The negative one is, oh my God, I have no leadership skills. The other thing which you can do is to surround yourself with positive influences. People who are positive, who really care about you, who support you and nurture you, who give you very good positive feedback, right? So, for example, there could be somebody who wants to be a singer, but they are very scared of coming and showing it to everybody because they feel, there are so many good singers. Who's going to listen to me? But if you go into a community where a class or a situation where people are all singing, right, who are amateur singers, you can also blend into that community and develop it as a hobby and realize your capabilities that way because those people will give you positive feedback. So now the other part of a positive, of a growth mindset is embracing challenges and learning from setbacks. So I have a very interesting example to give you from Thomas Edison. So he was the one who, of course, discovered the light bulb. But we remember him for discovering the light bulb. But do you know that he failed 10,000 times before he could actually get the light bulb? Do you know that? So, you know what he said when somebody asked him, "Oh my God, how did you have so much patience? You failed so many times." He said, "No, I never even failed once. I have only discovered 10,000 ways which will not work and one way which will work." Right? So, it's a different way at looking at setbacks. And I don't like the word failure because failure is a very negative thing. I want all of us to realize that the word failure is actually an opportunity. And we have been told this. You know, look at the positive side. Every failure is an opportunity, blah, blah, blah. But honestly speaking, it is an opportunity. Just look at what Thomas Edison said. And I want to share with you that, okay, I joined the IAS, I was in the United Nations, and it all looks very good, but it was not a bed of roses, right? So I want to share with you one major challenge that I had. To me, that was probably one of the biggest challenges that I had to overcome in my life, right? At that time, I didn't know all this. I was just a person living my life and I didn't know all this. So I was working in Delhi administration as the Joint Secretary Land and Building. And at that time, in 1987 or so, they for the first time started to give us computers. The governments for the first time started to give us computers. And all of us wanted computers, not because we knew how to use the computer, but because along with the computer, you would get an AC in the room. Right? And Delhi can be very hot in summer. So I was one of the first lucky ones to get a computer in my room. I had no clue how to use it. Twice a day, my secretary used to walk into my room and type a few letters. She was using it as a fancy typewriter. Right? So that was it. I had no idea how to use the computer. Right? So fast forward a few years, I was in Nairobi. I was interviewing for a job with the United Nations, and I was very lucky. I got my dream job and I was selected. So on the first day, literally the first day I went to office, my boss called me and said, Neeru, go to the shared drive on the, on the on the system and review the following documents. It will give you background, and then go to the email. I've sent you 3 emails. You can look at those emails and read those documents, and then send me an email back with the following answers. And guess what? I was scared. I didn't know what to do. I was frozen because I didn't even know how to, I didn't know how to send an email. And forget about accessing it on the drive and this and that and the other. It was all Greek and Latin to me. So I came home and I was so upset. So I told my husband, I think I better quit because I really am not, I have got this job, but they have given it to me under false pretenses. They think I know all this stuff and I don't. So my husband, of course, he's a very practical guy. So he said, don't worry, relax. He brought some youngster home every day. He would come for a week. He taught me how to operate the system, how to send an email, etc., etc. And slowly over the years, I began to learn how to use, technology. So fast forward 5 years from that situation, I was given the responsibility for my organization, which was called UN Habitat in Nairobi, to roll out an electronic system. It was called the Integrated Management Information System. So they said, you as the head of administration are responsible for rolling this out for the entire organization. So can you imagine? Now I had to again upskill myself, right? I could have again freaked out. I again actually freaked out, but Now I understood that this is something I can learn. So I did it. Now, fast forward 15, 16 years with the UN system. I was in New York, and the UN was, through the Department of Management, rolling out an information system over 36 duty stations across the world. And guess who was heading that? It was me. When I look at that, I am amazed that from that time when I was not able to send an email to the time when I was leading a project which was for implementation of information system, administrative information systems across 36 duty stations. I was really shocked at my own self. But if I can do it, I am not special. Please remember that. If I can do it, you can do it. You can achieve this and much, much more. So the reason I told you the story is because you have to go beyond your limiting beliefs. My limiting belief was computers. I don't know anything about them. Forget it. This is impossible. Right? So I want to break for a moment and I want to stop and ask you if you have any questions at this time on what we have said so far.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, please introduce yourself. Please introduce yourself first.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Sarah. I'm from Pitapur College, Kakinada, from East Godavari. So my subject is botany. So your session is fabulous, and we have learned how to face challenges through positive thinking. When I was gone through your session, I noticed that actually how can we balance between positive thinking as well as overconfidence?
Between positive thinking and
Overconfidence, ma'am. Overconfidence.
overconfidence. Okay. Yeah. So now, firstly, I want to clarify that I'm not talking about positive thinking. Okay. Because positive thinking doesn't work. Okay. What happens with positive thinking is, you'll sit there and say, positive thinking will work. I'm going to make it. Positive thinking will work. I'm going to make it. It doesn't work. Okay. What I am asking you to do is to do a mental shift. It is not just positive thinking. When you make a mental shift, you also are completely involved in that reframing. Okay. Now, overconfidence, it's not a matter of overconfidence. How every person needs to have a basic belief in themselves. Right? And if you don't have some faith in yourself, some faith in your capabilities, you cannot achieve whatever you want in your life. Okay. So I personally believe that there is no clash between overconfidence. If you have prepared yourself properly, then there is no question of overconfidence. You understand that you have a limitation, you're working to change it, right? And you are able to make that shift. So understand that there is a difference between positive thinking and a positive mindset, right? A positive mindset or a growth mindset is fluid. It is not static. Positive thinking is very static. It doesn't, it's like, it's going to work. Whatever I believe, it has to work. No, you are actually taking action to make changes in your. I hope I answered your question, Sarah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else who wants to ask a question, please go ahead. Okay. All right. So see, when you say, so I'm not asking you to just keep repeating it, without any purpose, right? So you have to internalize it. So for example, if I'm not good in public speaking and I want to change that, you say, I'm not good in public speaking yet, right? I can change it. You can learn the skills, right? So the growth mindset is also completely associated with continuous growth, continuous learning. So I want to talk to you about the power of the word yet. I mentioned it earlier, but I want you to understand how important the word yet is, right? See, the word yet, when you put it at the end of a sentence, gives you the ability to create a whole range of possibilities. I am not good in math yet, but I can be if I put in the effort. I am not a good public speaker yet. Right? So you can change the words. So the words that we use are very important. So if you keep on telling yourself, oh, I'm not good at something, then it will become very, very, what's the word for it? It'll get stuck in your mind and become embedded. Sorry, I think somebody wants to speak from Teda Paligudam. You'll have to unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
I am from NRC Tadepalligudem, madam. So most of our students are from rural background, madam. Though we encourage them and guide them and motivate them, they are not at all coming forward to express their feelings. What will you suggest them, madam?
Okay, this is a very good question. So, people come forward to express their feelings, it is my experience, when they begin to trust you. And when you are in a situation where they feel they're looking up to you and they feel you're superior to them, much more senior to them, they may feel intimidated by your position. Right? And I'm telling you, one of the biggest issues probably in rural areas and places like that is that people who are coming to get educated and learning from you, these people probably are coming with a host of problems behind them. Family problems, money problems, etc., etc. And they are not able to articulate that. So if you create a safe space where you are not judging them, right? When you are not criticizing them, no matter what they say, right? It takes time. You have to develop that sense of, interaction. That was, as long as you sit in your office and don't, and create that superior junior paradigm, then they will not share with you. You have to become a little bit, not completely, a little bit like their friend, or at least like their elder sister or parent or somebody like that, so that they can open up to you. So, do they have a lot of problems? What kind of problems do you think they have? What kind?
Problems.
Sorry?
General problems, madam.
Yeah. So it is very important for them to feel that you are, as their mentor, you are there to support them. Right? So you have to create that feeling of, they have to have faith in you. And it over a period of time, you can create that. It can't happen like overnight. and it can't happen in a day, right? Do some things which will break the ice, some exercises in class which will break the ice, which will make them feel that they can relate to you. Talk to them maybe about some things from your life. Okay. And that will help them feel, okay, if she can share this from her life, then maybe I am also able to open up. Right. So these are the only 2 or 3 things I can share with you that you can do, right? But I feel I compliment you that you are thinking about your students and their problems, because that's a very important role that an educator has to play, right? Because at home, sometimes they can't talk to their family. They can't talk to their even brothers, sisters, parents, because they are all in the same problem, right? So they need somebody who can listen to them outside, and you just support them. The only thing you can do is to give them a little bit of comfort, and maybe if you can guide them, you can guide them. Okay. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Madam,
Yeah.
this is from NRC Nandyal.
Yes. Yes, go ahead, please.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
I expect one clarification from you, madam.
Yes.
Previously, you said negative thoughts are removing from our mindset, allow only positive thoughts. But sometimes negative thoughts are dominating repeatedly in this situation. How to overcome this problem, madam? Please clarify it.
Okay, so I let me clarify. I did not say that you cannot have negative thoughts. You have no control. We have no control over the thoughts that go through our mind. And there are thousands of thoughts that go through our mind every single minute, every single hour. What we can do is become aware. This is a negative thought. This is a negative thought. So as long as you're becoming aware of the negative thoughts, you have taken the first step to removing them from your mind. So whenever the negative thought comes, say, aha, that is a negative thought. This is also a negative thought. This is also a negative thought, right? Just label them and maybe write them down. Yeah, I'm having these negative thoughts. Okay. And then say, okay, I have identified these. I've identified these negative thoughts, and these negative thoughts, I've listed them down. And then at your own leisure, you can write the positive version of that same thought. So the negative thoughts, let me tell you, will never stop coming. They will never stop coming because it's involuntary and it happens to every one of us, including me. I'm not some kind of super person. We all have negative thoughts. If my children don't call me 1 week, they're both far away. If my children don't call me 1 week, then I start thinking, oh my God, I hope they're okay, So the negative thoughts come. So it's not unusual, and we have to get used to the fact that we are human beings and negative thoughts will come. The only thing you can do if a negative thought is persisting and holding you back and really difficult, start writing it down and say, yes, I'm aware that this is my negative thought. I'm aware that this too is my negative thought. I'm aware this is my third negative thought, right? And as you do that, right, you are able to reframe it and put it on your wall, and then you can handle it, right? But negative thoughts, we cannot be rid of them, right? So, our mind is jumping all the time, and it is taking us with it, right? But we need to step back and not be a victim of whatever our mind is saying, right? Half the time, all the problems that are created are because we are listening to that small voice in our head. I hope that answers your question.
Morning, madam.
Good morning.
Thank you,
NRC
madam.
Nellore, madam.
Okay.
This all subject goes to law of attraction, madam. Similar
That
to
is a total.
totally depend upon totally is law of attraction, madam.
Yeah, so there are many things like that, and law of attraction is one of them. So I am not going to go into that because that has a lot to do with uh, belief, and it has a lot to do with spirituality, and that is not the subject of this program. But yes, if you have read, the law of attraction books, or you have watched some videos, then and you're practicing it in your life, I'm sure you would see a lot of changes. It does work, and that is my experience. But the first step of the law of attraction actually is getting your thought processes clear. Have being grateful, waking up in the morning and being grateful as well is very important. So thank you for bringing that up. Yes, and I'm really, happy that you have read these books and that you know about the law of attraction. Sorry, go ahead.
Ma'am, we are giving one example. All political leaders are corrupted.
Yes.
Generalized statement, madam.
Yes. So I will tell you how to change that. If you say that all political leaders are corrupt, right? Your mind will start looking for evidence that all political leaders are corrupt. And believe me, you will see only corruption. Okay? There are many, many leaders today who are in high political office who are not corrupt, but there are many who are. Right? But if you say all political leaders are corrupt, your mind will look for evidence. It will not find the people who are not corrupt. It will only find the people who are corrupt. And then every time you say, see, he's also corrupt, she's also corrupt, he's also corrupt. And you will find that you will be able to come up with 100 examples, but you will not be able to find a single one who is not corrupt. Why? Because your mind is looking for evidence to your statement. Right? So this is a very important thing. I hope you have understood this, that whenever you have a negative thought in your mind starts to look for evidence to corroborate it. Right? So this is a very good example. All political leaders are corrupt. That means you will find only corrupt leaders. Similarly, if you think that all my students, are incapable, I mean, just making a very random statement, then all of them will be incapable. Right? So understand that not only is the negative thought there, but you are also looking for evidence to make it true. You're looking for evidence to validate what is happening around you. Right? So these are all your mind. It is all the functioning of our mind. Right? So we talked about self-awareness yesterday. This is the next stage of self-awareness, when you become conscious of the way your mind works. Right? So thank you very much for that question. Anybody else?
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Good morning, madam.
Yes,
This
good
is
morning.
from NRC Anantapur, madam.
Yes.
Madam, what kind of feeling is better to have either a superiority complex or inferiority complex? How to balance these two things, madam?
So neither superiority complex, never inferiority complex. Okay, never, because superiority complex will not allow you to relate to people. You will be sitting on your pedestal, your high horse, and you will not be able to relate to people. Okay, so it is not this complex or that complex. It is just being in the middle, being yourself. Right? So we don't have to think of ourselves as something great, right? Like I keep saying that I have had a lot of life experiences, etc. But when I come down to who Neeru is, there is no difference between you and me except for my life experience. Right? So if I say, oh, I was in the UN, I'm such a senior person, I should not be talking to this person or that person, then I will sit in my house alone, talking to nobody. Right? But the reality is, every individual is special. All your achievements are special. If you recognize that, you will be able to relate with people on a one-on-one basis. Right? So, yeah, don't think about superiority and inferiority. Thank you. Any other questions?
Ma'am, good morning.
Good morning.
This is from NRC Anantapuram.
Yes.
I'm Dr. Brinda, and I want to focus on what are the best practices which we can opt for the students to make English habitual.
Okay, so the first thing I would say that your English is excellent, madam. So congratulations on that. Become an example. So don't speak to them in the the local language. Don't speak to them in their mother tongue, because there are many other places where they can use the mother tongue, right? So speak to them in English. Expect them to answer in English, and you will find that over a period of time, these kids will learn. The kids are they are like sponges, and they will learn. And I think today youngsters are fully aware that if you want to have a career which is spanning more than Andhra Pradesh, you need to have English as a language, right? You can't just be doing something which is not English related. So you should use it all the time. Speak to them in English, conduct your classes in English, and make it a rule in your class that if they want to interact with you, it is in English. Okay? So if you make that rule, they will have to follow. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I think somebody else, yeah, Mr. from Guntur.
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, this is from NRC Guntur, ma'am. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning to you.
I'm Curie, ma'am, and I have a doubt. Like sometimes in classroom, students feel offended when we correct them, like some English pronunciation or some meaning. If they get it wrong, they feel offended. Like how to make them feel free like that, like to accept things.
Okay. So
Like
first
how
thing,
can we?
yeah, this is a very
Yes, ma'am.
sensitive thing. Nobody likes to be corrected in public, right? The reality is nobody likes to be corrected in public. So if there is a child who is constantly making errors and you want to correct them, just ask them to see you after the class and then make the correction. It will be a more meaningful correction. If you do it in front of all their peers, then they feel very offended and they feel insulted, right? So,
Yes, ma'am.
so let's be a little, mindful of that. Like also, when I've been a manager, I've been looking at a large team, etc. Whenever I've had to deal with a subordinate or somebody who's working in my team, and I've had to correct them, and this happens all the time, I invite them to my office and talk to them one on one. When I do that, people respond differently. Okay. So be a little mindful of their feelings, is what I'm saying. Okay. Thank you for that question. Anybody else?
Good morning. Good
Good
morning,
morning.
madam.
Yes, good morning.
I am Dr. Ravindra, NRC Guntur, madam.
Good morning. Go ahead.
Will you please throw some light on power of subconscious mind and conscious mind, madam? Can you differentiate these two things?
Yeah. So the subconscious mind is where all these negative thoughts and negative beliefs have been lodged. We are not even aware of it. Right? So what are the conscious things that we do? You get up in the morning, you brush your teeth, you have a shower, you get ready, you go to the office. These are all done by the conscious mind, right? Even when you're conducting your class and maybe writing on the board or whatever, this is the actions of a conscious mind. The subconscious mind is much more powerful, right? The subconscious mind is telling you when you get up in the morning, Array, I wish it was a holiday today. I don't want to go to work. That is the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind tells you, suppose you are trying to watch your diet and you are thinking that I should not eat unhealthy food. And when you see that fried dish, you think, oh, this is so delicious. If I have a little bit, it won't make a difference. That is your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind, not always, but most of the time is the voice that is telling you something which is not good for you. Right? So become used to listening to your subconscious mind is the whole purpose of what I'm trying to say today. I hope that answers your question.
Madam.
Yes?
Morning, madam. Am I audible, madam?
Sorry? Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah, please speak a little louder.
Am I audible?
Please speak.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay, madam. Yeah, this is from NRC GDC Women's College at Visakhapatnam. I'm Dr. G. Vijay Pratap. So my doubt is, our brain is a human neurological complex system, madam.
Yes.
So it has only the capacity of multiplication. Adding capacity has more and more adding capacity.
Yes.
When you want to delete something, our mind concentrates on deletion. For example, we want to delete the negative thoughts. Our mind again thinking about the negative thoughts. It will multiply our mind. How can it be possible to delete the negative thoughts from our mind? Is it possible? Really, it is possible?
It is. Okay, so let me explain one thing. You are right about the nature of the mind. Whatever, now listen carefully to what I'm saying. Whatever you resist persists. So when you are trying to delete a negative thought, you are resisting that thought.
Okay.
When you are resisting that thought becomes more powerful.
Okay.
So what I am asking you to do is not to forcibly delete it because it will not happen. I'm asking you to become aware of your thoughts, write it down, and then on that piece of paper, write the positive version of it. If you try and do a mind game and force it out of your mind, you will not be able to do it because it will become even more stronger. Right? So the only way is to say, yeah, I have this problem. I am thinking these thoughts, write it down, and then reframe it. Does that make sense to you?
Okay, madam. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. So, any other questions? Okay, so then we continue. Yeah, so let's continue. So we talked about the importance of the word yet, because the word yet, when you put it in a sentence, it creates a whole arena of opportunities. It doesn't say that you can't do it. It says it is possible for you to do it. Right? So the word yet is very important. And then we talked about embracing challenges as opportunities, right? Please do that. Whatever challenges are there, they are opportunities. Like I gave you my example, right? I did not know how to send an email. I mean, in today's world, it sounds ridiculous that somebody would not know how to send an email, right? But at that time, that was my reality. And like I said, I ended up overseeing a project for the UN, which was over 36 different duty stations. And this was the same person who didn't know how to send an email. Right? So if I could do that, everyone sitting here today, you can do it too, right? So whatever challenges you have, Look at it as an opportunity. So I will even say, look for challenging situations. Don't wait for the challenges to come to you. Look for challenging situations. Challenge yourself. If you want to become a good public speaker and you are not a good public speaker, join a group of public speaking, which will force you to get onto the stage and hold a mic. Right? So, what happens when you challenge yourself? You create a growth mindset, you are learning, and you are developing personally. So, the whole trajectory of life, the way I look at it, is constantly changing and developing yourself and learning yourself. Right? The day you say, oh, I know it, your life is over. So, look for challenges. And there are some ways in which you can look for challenges. Number one, develop new skills. Because when you develop new skills, your thought patterns become, you become more positive. Because suppose, like when I learned how to send that email, right, I felt such a sense of relief that I could do it. Even if it's something small. When you learn a new skill, you feel empowered, you feel that you can do something bigger, right? So develop new skills. And when you look for challenges, you also become more resilient. So when I say resilient, one of the things that I have realized in my life is that the person who prospers in life is the one who is able to adapt and change constantly, because the world is changing. And the people who are going to change, who are going to get ahead in the next few years and really make a mark, are the ones who are constantly changing. So, whenever I used to apply for a job in the UN, I always used to say that I am the most, adaptable, flexible, resilient kind of a person. Because can you imagine if I had stayed in the IAS, I didn't have to do anything. I would get my promotions on time. I would go from one nice job to the other, and I'd have all the perks, everything. But in the UN, I had to redefine myself every 3 years because I went from one duty station to another, and they didn't know who I was. And really, when you are outside of India, being an IS officer doesn't mean anything. It really has no meaning. It's like, okay, you were in the government, so what? Right? They really don't know what is the IAS and how important it is in our country. So you have to redefine yourself from nothing, right? The ability to have enough faith in yourself, to redefine yourself in any situation is very important. Now, suppose I was to take one of you, pluck you up from here, and throw you into a university abroad, right? It will be a very different situation. Right? You may not have a lifetime career. You may have only a 3-year contract. And it will be based on your performance. Right? So the world outside is very much more challenging. So what I'm saying is you need to be resilient, the ability to be flexible, to be able to change. And that is really, really important. The other thing which I'll say is you need to get out of your comfort zone. We are all sitting in our comfort zones. Right now, I'm sitting in my comfort zone. It is almost 40 degrees outside. I have an air conditioner, so this is my comfort zone. I can be very comfortable here and I don't have to go and deal with the rest of the world outside. All of us have our comfort zones, but you have to challenge yourself to get out of your comfort zone. As long as you are in your comfort zone, you are not going to make any progress and you will not have the growth mindset. So you have to challenge yourself. Because when you challenge yourself, this leads to fulfillment. See, wherever, like I said earlier, right? When you challenge yourself, and even if you achieve something small, that small achievement gives you satisfaction and fulfillment, right? Yeah. Of course, I spoke about Thomas Edison, right? So remember that story of Thomas Edison. I want you to remember that story because he failed 10,000 times. But when he was asked, how did you feel about failing 10,000 times? He said, no, I didn't fail 10,000 times. I actually discovered 10,000 ways that will not work. So can you see his growth mindset? Can you see his positive mindset that he tried 10,001 times and then succeeded in changing the whole planet, actually? Because if there was no light bulb, can you imagine life without a light bulb today? Right? So he was the original person who did that. And the only reason we have that light bulb today is because he tried again and again and again and again. Right? So, failure is a bad word, right? None of us want to fail. But I really want to put this across to you that there's nothing wrong with failure. Every successful person, everyone sitting in these rooms, right? I'm sure you've had some setback or the other, maybe not a big failure, but a setback. But you still managed to go over it, right? So every failure, in quotation marks, every setback is actually a stepping stone to achieving what you want to achieve in your life. So the other thing which I want to say is the power of learning. And we spoke about it again and again. Keep learning, keep growing. If you are teachers, you are educators, right? You are educating the next generation. But at the same time, your personal growth is also important. Keep learning. Don't think that what was taught to you in university is the end, because in all your fields, whatever you are teaching, there is some change, some growth, some innovation happening, right? Whether it is your sciences, whether it is any subject, there is something happening which is new, right? Even in literature, there are books coming out every single day which are phenomenal, right? So don't stop growing yourself, because if you are growing yourself, that is how you will inspire the next generation also. They will say, oh wow, even though she or he is a senior professor, they haven't stopped learning. So your task, your job is to inspire the next generation by your own example. So when you are learning, this will fuel your personal and professional growth. So keep on doing that. It will open up many more opportunities. So learning is a catalyst for continuous improvement. You keep on, learning. So for example, if you look at an aspiring entrepreneur, they commit to learning business strategies, marketing techniques, financial management, read books, attend workshops, seek guidance from mentors. And this continuous learning leads to their success. But even in our situation, right? Because I know that when we have government jobs, many people tend to become complacent, right? Because government jobs give you that security. So there is no need for us to learn and grow. There is no need for us to do anything more than what we are doing. And so we put our life on autopilot and we do the bare minimum, right? We have our lectures which are there and we go and deliver them. There may be changes happening in the field, but you have your curriculum, you've done it, and you are going to keep on presenting the same lecture again and again and again. but you're doing a disservice to yourself and to your students. So we need to keep on learning. And then learning also fuels innovation and creativity. And I spoke a little bit about it yesterday. Many of you can mentor students to have their own startups. The Indian educational system creates people for a good job. But the future will not have so many jobs anymore. People will have to become entrepreneurs. People will have to be creative. And you, as educators, need to lead them into that direction. And you have to have faith in yourself. You have to have faith in yourself, and you have to create the situation where your students have faith in themselves and in their capability. So out of 100 students, some of them are there because they just need to get the degree. And there are those few who are really the big sparks. You can see the potential in them. Work with them and make them achieve their full potential. If you do that, can you imagine how gratifying it is for you, how fulfilling it is for you to do that when your students succeed? You know, even today, I go back to my university in Jawaharlal Nehru University where I studied, and I go and meet my very old professors who are now turning 80, 82, 85, right? Because they made a difference to my life, you know, and I feel so, grateful for the contribution that they made to my life. So all of you can be those mentors for your students. So, when you take a chance, you have to make a leap of faith, right? So, a growth mindset, right? All of us can have self-doubt. Now, if tomorrow you tell me that I have to become a marine biologist at this age of my life, that may be a really big challenge. But whatever you do, think of something that you can do that will challenge you because it will help you to grow. Right? So when I was telling you that story about myself and the email, right? I could have just, my first instinct, to be honest, that day was that I should go home and just cry because I have my dream job, and now I could see that it was going to go away, right? And I just wanted to go to my supervisor and tell him that I'm sorry, but I really don't know how to do this, and maybe you need to find somebody else for the job. That was my first reaction. That was my mind telling me, you can't do it. And because I had the support of my husband, etc., and this young man came and taught me, I was able to overcome that. And of course, the rest is history. So what I'm saying is all of us have that capacity. If you're stuck in a situation, you can find the solution. But keep on growing and learning and have faith in yourself, right? Have the courage to take risks. Get out of your comfort zone. Believe in yourself. Take on challenges. See, you also, even though you are such senior people, you also can have people who are mentors, more senior people than you. What we tend to do in the workplace very often is we are in a competitive mode. So we don't want to admit that somebody else can be my mentor. But the people who can help you in your growth are right around. Look for them. Spend more time with them. They will help you in cultivating that, growth mindset. And then, Yeah, I already said, learn from your mistakes, right? Mistakes are not really mistakes. They are opportunities. So when you when you make a mistake, right, it is important to examine why that mistake happened. So Thomas Edison did that. Every time he tried, he would have looked at what he did and what didn't work. And from that, he learned. So suppose somebody starts a business today and it fails. Do you think he should start a business again? Yes, because he knows what he should not do. Right? So even in your life, you know from your mistakes what you should not do. Because you know what are the causes and you can avoid them. And you can blame external factors or whatever. But when you take on the responsibility for your own shortcomings or failures, you can actually learn from that, right? And always keep trying. Don't give up the effort, right? And if all that I'm saying, if you can inculcate in your students as well, you will see how they blossom. The other thing which is very important in the growth mindset is the ability to accept feedback. Right? So if somebody says to you, you made a very good speech that day, but you could have done a little bit better had you said ABC. Don't shut it out and say, oh, this person is always criticizing me, right? Learn that feedback can be positive, and especially from people who are your well-wishers. Similarly, as a teacher in the classroom, you can give positive feedback to your students. And there was a question a few minutes ago that if you correct them in class, they get offended, right? We are all human beings. We all have a little bit of an ego, right? So if you correct somebody in front of all their friends, obviously they will get offended, right? So the best way is, as I said earlier, that you should do it in private, call them and talk to them. So, when an athlete gets feedback from his coach, how is what you are doing in class any different? You are like a coach. You are a life coach and you are a professor because you have these gentle minds in your hands, right? So before I ask you for any more questions, I want to just complete by telling you one more thing. We all should look at our life as if we are preparing for the Olympics. Right? Because we are an Olympic athlete is constantly training for 5, 6, 7, 10 years, right? So we are like that athlete, but we have to train for the whole of our life. If you look at it like that, you will see fulfillment because you are going to challenge yourself. You are going to, learn new things. You are going to have a growth mindset. An athlete cannot afford to have a fixed mindset. They have to have a growth mindset. So with that, I am going to conclude, but I'm going to open the floor for discussion. If you have any other questions, I'll be happy to answer. Yes. Yeah. Please go ahead. Sorry, you need to come closer to the mic. Good morning. Can you speak a little bit louder? Please speak a little louder. Okay, I'm sorry, sorry, ma'am, I cannot hear you. So can you write your question in the chat?
Sure, sure. Madam, is it okay right now?
Yeah, it is better. It is better.
On behalf of the participants of NLC Critical, I would like to congratulate you for delivering a wonderful and inspiring lecture, especially on the growing mindset.
Sorry, ma'am, I still can't hear you now. I'm really sorry. Can you share it on the chat, please?
Sure. Sure, ma'am. Threats. Madam, I tried my best. I wanted to try last time, but am I audible?
No, I cannot hear you. Please write on the chat.
Sure. Yeah.
Ma'am, shall I?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Happy to have you once again on board, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Could you just distinguish between this N pattern and E pattern, ma'am, as you have mentioned in the beginning?
Yes. So the negative patterns are things like I'm not good enough, I can't do it, I will never succeed. Those are the negative N patterns. And the E ones are the empowering patterns, right? Which we want to replace your negative patterns with the empowering ones. So the exercise that I had requested you all to try to do today when you are on your own is to examine your mind to see what are the negative patterns that are holding you back. Write them down, right? And just by writing them down, you begin to acknowledge them, right? And then next to them, you write the positive pattern. What you want to replace it with. Make it really good and positive, right?
Yeah, thanks a lot, ma'am. And one more, the last thing is, what about these heuristics and mind mapping in this present context, ma'am? In the backdrop of your
So all of these are tools. My tools are very simple. Many of these tools are more meant to impress you than to help you. So when you do all of those other tools, I have found that they are a little more complex. The end result is probably similar, okay? But maybe mine are much more simple. That is what I'm saying. Okay?
Thanks a lot and nice of you, ma'am. Thanks.
Thank you. And Dr. Nirja from Guntaka, please send me Okay, please elaborate on the traits of SWOT and embracing challenges. Okay, very good. So thank you very much for that question, Dr. Nirja. I'm sorry that your mic didn't work. So as we did yesterday, SWOT. S is for strengths, W is for weaknesses, O is for opportunities, and T is for threats. So strengths and weaknesses, we all understand, right? What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? So you have to be really, really honest with yourself. This is an exercise which you're doing for yourself, not for anybody else. So write down your strengths and your weaknesses. Now, normally when you do a SWOT analysis, this SWOT analysis is normally done for a particular situation. Okay, suppose you are applying for a new job. What are your strengths for it? What are your weaknesses, right? Similarly, what are the opportunities you have? So if you, based on your strengths, what are the opportunities you have? Based on your weaknesses, what are the opportunities you have? For example, if you lack one of the skills for that job, then your opportunity is to learn it now, right? And what are the threats, right? You could have a threat. Now, if you're applying for a new job, the threat could be that you will have to give up a very, very comfortable job which you already have, right? So you can list your threats, and then based on the SWOT analysis, you can take a decision of what is right for you in that situation, right? And does that answer your question, Dr. Nirja? Yeah. Okay.
Good
Thank
morning,
you.
madam.
Good morning.
I am Suman from Guntur.
Okay.
I am
Yes.
Suman
Welcome.
from Guntur.
Nice to
I
have you
have
here.
studied two societies, madam. One is urban society and other one is a village society.
Okay.
I wonder why the students from rural background are having a higher growth mindset, like social, cultural, and economical, rather than the students from urban background.
It's a very good question, Doctor. I want to say that this is something I have noticed as well. Okay, even though I'm not an educator in the sense that you are, but you know that aspirational content is much more. When you are coming from a humble background in a village, you want to achieve, you want to get out of the village. That motivation is so powerful, right? Now, our students who come from cities, their focus is when am I going to get the new mobile phone? I'll ask my parents, they will buy it, right? The child who is in the village is aspiring to get their first mobile phone, right? So that desire to do something is much, much more from a student who comes from a village, not only a village, but even a person who may not be from a village, but comes from a slightly lower economic status family. They will feel much more motivated to give their full 100% to achieving something. Most of the time, their parents are working night and day in not very high paying jobs to get them through college and university. And they feel obliged that they have to, for the sake of their families and for the sake of their parents, make it. You will see that there are so many IAS officers now coming from rural areas, right? Children who have come, who have lived a pretty, I would say, not a privileged life at all, and they are doing very well. And I feel that is the beauty of our society, that is the beauty of India, and that is the beauty of a democracy, that it allows that kind of movement and opportunities for everyone. But yes, this is very true because the children who are in urban areas, most of the time they're very privileged. They're only thinking about, I'm going to buy this next month, I'm going to buy that next month, I'm going to ask my parents to do this. And they don't feel that motivation because they know even if they don't work, parents have enough in the bank, right? So that motivation is missing, right? But our job as educators is to inspire even the kids who are in urban areas, right? I hope that answers your question, Doctor.
Hello. Namaste, ma'am.
Yes.
Good morning. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm B. Shantashi Patnaik from Srikakulam Degree College, ma'am. Government Degree College, Srikakulam, ma'am. Ma'am, in the previous topics, we have given the importance about the English language, ma'am. So some of the students were questioning about the language, means how we are justifying the regional language by giving the English language that much importance to the English language, ma'am.
Okay. It's a good question. I think the answer to that, although I am totally in favor of education in the local language, the reality of the world is that we are living in a world which is very fast globalizing. We are in a globalized world. In order for us to interact with the world outside, beyond the confines of our state, You have to learn English. Even if they want to join the civil services, etc., they have to learn English, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have to inspire them that they have to have a bigger vision of life.
Ma'am, another question is there, ma'am. Actually, Sanskrit is a mother language for us, but we are not giving the importance, that much importance to the Sanskrit language. So how can we justify for that, ma'am?
So Sanskrit is actually a very beautiful language. And although I don't myself speak it, I think it is very, very important
Yes.
for us to explain that one is our culture and our tradition,
Yes.
right? And we as people have the responsibility for preserving that culture.
Yes.
Otherwise, it will be a dead language in a few years, right?
Yes.
So I think you have to basically just inspire them. I mean, now at my stage, I want to read Sanskrit texts, and I'm not able to. So I really feel that I have lost out something because I didn't learn Sanskrit properly, right?
Means so many countries were adopting the Sanskrit language, and they are knowing the beauty of that language. And ancient education is being taught in that specific language, ma'am. How we can justify our country by giving such a basic language and mother language to the future generation, ma'am?
Yeah, I think you have to tell them that the West is going to use our language to get ahead of us. So inspire them. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Somebody else had their
Good,
hand up.
good
Yeah.
afternoon, madam.
Yes.
A small query from NRC Anantapur, madam.
Yes.
How could we deal with the situation of high acknowledged status like our children in for future generations, madam?
Sorry, can you repeat that question? How can we
How could we deal with the high acknowledged status children?
hi, sorry?
How could we deal with the high acknowledged status children?
Okay. Yeah, that is a challenge. I mean, Delhi is a terrible example. We have so many people who come from very, very affluent kind of backgrounds, and those kids have absolutely no motivation.
Yes.
Right? So you are right. This is a challenge, and the only way you can do that is by putting them in a spot and telling them that their future will not be in their hands if they don't have if they don't acquire the skills that the world requires from them. Because I can tell you that this is a problem in Delhi schools, right? Where in Delhi schools, people have so much money that they are the children don't care. They really don't care. So I understand that is a problem. You will have to be a little creative on that. Sorry.
Actually, I am facing the situation like this nowadays, madam. Really, I am struggling to come over from this situation.
So the one way to tell them is that if the students are not being feeling challenged by their circumstances because they come from good affluent backgrounds, tell them how can they think about succeeding in Delhi and Bombay and Chennai if they don't have these skills. Right? So tell them that it is very important for them. Otherwise, the world will pass them by. And also tell them what I had told you all that in the last couple of days. The world is changing so fast that anybody who doesn't evolve with the times is going to get left behind. They will become like dinosaurs, irrelevant. Right? So if you don't want to become a dinosaur and irrelevant, you have to grow and learn and change and adapt. This is what I wanted to say. Yeah. Somebody else also had their hand up. Yeah.
Thank you very much, madam, for
Thank you.
handling such wonderful session right from the yesterday to today, and it gives really a kind of catalyst for the future thinking, madam. Thank you.
I want to thank you all. Yeah. Go ahead.
Dealer unmute చేసుకోండి. Yes. Continue. Not audible, ma'am.
Not really audible. Can you use a mic?
Hello, ma'am. Dr. Vishnupriya. You are audible, madam.
Otherwise, type in chat box, ma'am. You can type in chat box.
Please write it. Yeah. Now I can't hear you at all. No, I can't hear you. Just type it in the chat box.
మైక్ లేదండి పీలర్ దగ్గర పీలర్ ఎనర్జీ మైక్ లేదా మ్యూట్ లో ఉన్నారు అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకోండి
Yeah, please unmute. Huh? And ma'am, come closer to the instrument and then speak.
మ్యూట్ చేస్తే ఉందండి మీరు అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకోండి
మ్యూటెడ్
Yeah, please go ahead now. Can't hear you.
మ్యామ్ ప్లీజ్ టైప్ ఇన్ చాట్ బాక్స్
Okay. Anybody else, meanwhile, who wants to talk while the lady from Pillar is writing? If there's any other questions, otherwise, I'll wait for her question and then conclude the session. So I just wanted to say, while we are waiting for the question, I just wanted to say it's been a pleasure to interact with you all. You are an amazing group of educators. I think Andhra Pradesh is really, really privileged to have all of you as their senior educators. And I know that you will leave from this class inspired to inspire your students, become the guiding light in their lives. And let us see Andhra Pradesh, as a result of your efforts, go from one success to another.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes. Yes.
Ma'am, this
where are
is
you?
from NRC. This is from NRC Guntur.
Yes,
And
yes.
I would like to know how to deal with people who are pessimistic, basically, who are there around us. Like
Yeah.
when-
So you need
yeah,
you need to
in a
you
work
need-
environment.
So I need to tell you one thing. Those are the people I would like to term them as toxic people. And all of them have these toxic people around us. Keep away from them as much as possible. I know in a work situation, sometimes that's not possible, right? But don't let them affect your positivity, because they are going to impact you negatively, as you know, with their negative comments, with their negative feedback. So if those people are around you, please, don't let them overpower you. The first thing I would say is, if it is possible, limit your interaction with them. Okay? Because these kind of people are not something that we want in our life. Okay? So it's a good question. Thank you for that. And now I have the question now from Dr. Mohana Valli from NRC Pillar. But unknowingly, I started comparing with others and sometimes feeling how to. Okay. So, Dr. Mohana Valli, please, that is the biggest problem for all of us. You have put your finger on it. We always compare. Oh, that person has more, that person is better, that person is less, right? So there will always be somebody lesser than you and always somebody who is a little bit better than you. That is the reality of life. Okay. So don't get bogged down. Be yourself. Have the faith in yourself. Have the confidence in yourself and understand that you are unique and you are very special. Please remember that always. You are unique and you are special. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. It's very interesting and very interactive session. As we are running out of time, we have to start other session also. I request all the participants to have tea break. Again, we will meet by 11:50.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Guru Singh, ma'am.
I just want to say bye to everyone. It has been a pleasure to interact with you, and I wish you all success in your lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Guru Singh, ma'am.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you in this platform.
Thank you.
Let's have tea break.
Thank you.
I request Srikalahasti program coordinator. Srikalahasti program coordinator to respond immediately. Srikalahasti. Sir, during the session, you should not allow the participants to go outside. Please note the point, sir.
Okay.
We have seen no participants during the session, sir. By 11:25, nobody is there.
Okay.
Okay, let's have tea break.
Yeah.
Parvatipuram Program Coordinator Shantu Kumari ma'am. Parvatipuram NRC. Please respond.
Madam, I am here to respond.
Ma'am, please be ready. Okay.
Okay, madam. Okay, madam.
We welcome you, ma'am. Professor Suvan Lakshmi, ma'am.
Thank you.
I request all the participants, please be seated. We will start the session. And also switch on your videos from different NRCs. I welcome Dr. Shanti Kumari ma'am from NRC Parvatipuram to introduce Suvarlakshmi ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Very, very good morning to you all who attended in 18 NRCs on the state of Andhra Pradesh. It's my immense pleasure to introduce our eminent speaker, personality, G. Suvarnalakshmi Garu, to our program on teaching instruction proficiency in English. Madam Suvarnalakshmi, Professor and Head Department of ELT, School of Education, the English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad. Madam did her PhD from English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad, and she also postdoctoral fellowship did from Usmania University, Hyderabad. Madam has in all 26 years of service in her career and still been serving. Madam core competencies, she is an expert in critical thinking of language education, use of educational technology for language education. Madam also expert in methods and material for language education, teachers education, English for academic for specific purpose. So we are eagerly waiting for the Suvarnalakshmi Garu to speak on to our program. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, madam. Good afternoon, everybody. And just 3 more minutes to say good afternoon, of course. Welcome to this session on classroom communication. I would like the organizers to share my PPT because my system has some restriction in sharing my PPT.
Ma'am, please share to Anil sir, ma'am.
I did. I already did. Continuously asking the same.
Please wait for a few minutes, ma'am. We are doing that.
Okay, okay. Okay, welcome to this session on classroom communication. I'm very happy to meet you all, particularly in the transition period where you're moving from one medium of instruction to another medium of instruction. In the process, I know there are lots of difficulties of how to communicate, how to establish certain kind of relationship with your students as a bond, and how to go ahead delivering the content in the target language. So let us look at some statistics related to some of the studies that are being carried out in different contexts. Could you please move on to the next slide? Yes. Some of the studies, as I was going through, particularly how classroom communication happens in the class, when I was looking at very prominent kind of journal research articles, presented some shocking kind of information about how teaching and learning is happening in the classroom as part of communication. The first one says, learners in the class generally speak less than 30% in the classroom. So the learner talk is less than 30%, which means the teacher is occupying the most part of talking in the classroom. And 70+% is what the teacher is going on talking about. The second one is less than 30% of the teachers go beyond good morning, good afternoon. And as we go into the class, generally what we are worried about is immediately jumping into teaching. We want to say that, okay, today this is what I want to teach. And so immediately we start teaching that. And this is one of the constraints that we have. It is 30% of the teachers who cannot go beyond good morning, good afternoon. They immediately start talking about how the class is to go on with the content. And another study says that it is just 3 minutes if you are able to spend in the classroom in the beginning, it makes magic across the community. And this study is carried out in America, where the teacher started teaching how to exchange pleasantries with the students. And when the students got into the habit of it, it is a longitudinal study. When the students got into the habit of doing it, they also spread it to their families, and across the families, it also became a community practice. So this is something which is very interesting to spread across. It also develops some kind of very positive habits in the students. And in the process of teaching, generally what we are concentrating is on delivering the content. How do we transact the content, and how do we teach completely in the classroom? In the process, what we do sometimes when we have the screen in front of us, we are in the class, we tend to look at the screen. When we have to write something on the board, we also tend to turn towards the board and we keep writing. And in the process of writing, we forget that we are not looking at our students. When there is no eye contact with the students, 72% of motivation of the students to listen to you is dropped down. And quality of feedback is very discouraging sometimes. For example, it need not be like saying anything negative to the students. It also can be like ignoring the answers or participation of the students. Sometimes the students are very enthusiastic. You pose a question, they want to answer, and everybody raises their hand, and you can't give a chance to everyone. So what happens? You choose one or two, you get the answers, and you say, okay, move on, let's move on. And in this process, it seems the students lay back and stop responding to our questions in the class, and 80% of classroom participation drops down because of this particular practice of the student, of the teacher. And this is really paining in the heart because we don't intend to make the students silent in the class. We want the students to participate. We want the students to interact and come out with different answers, come out with different questions to us. But finally, knowingly, unknowingly, these are the results of what we do in the classes. And if another very positive study is about this cognitive, in areas of cognitive psychology is this, that 68% of the memory of the class increases if your closing time of the class is increased. You spend about 5 to 8 minutes in the class looking at or asking the students what they have learned in the class. And that is when the students also reflect on what they did in the whole of the class. They tend to concentrate more. And in the process, they also start understanding the organization of the content that you have delivered in the classroom. And this increases the memory of the students by 68%, which is not small. And that would result in amazing kind of performance in the examinations, amazing performance in understanding the concept, and definitely their results will be better, their learning will be better, and in turn their participation in the class also will be better because they have enough of motivation to participate in the classes. Now, what do you understand from these figures basically? May I invite for some participation in the classes? Or is it only one way? Is there a possibility of getting some kind of responses from the participants?
Yes, ma'am, you can interact, ma'am, from different analyses.
Okay, thank you. So what do you think all these studies are talking about?
I request some analysis to respond. It should not be one way, right?
Probably most of them are muted. It's okay. Now,
They can unmute, ma'am. They can unmute and interact with you,
and
actually.
participate. Okay.
SRR Vijayawada, some participants can respond.
I'm from NRC Kadapa.
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody
Go ahead.
You can give instructions, ma'am. Suvarna Lakshmi, ma'am. I think you remember me. Krishnaveni, ma'am.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
Batch 3.
Yes.
Okay, give instructions. We follow accordingly, ma'am.
Okay. Right. I just asked you, what do you understand from the figures that are shown on the screen? So we started telling that students talk less than 30%, and 30% of the teachers do not go beyond.
Madam, Anantapur responding.
Yes,
Hello?
please.
Ma'am, from NRC Anantapur, ma'am. The third point, that is study shows 3 minutes of the initial class time makes magic.
Yeah.
So I think in our nativity or in our scenario, we have to, the 3 minutes may not be, that would be less time, ma'am. So we have to keep on doing some magic in the classroom intermittently at least. So earlier 3 minutes is not enough, I think so, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So you mean to say we need to begin the class with more of pleasantries, more of exchanges of well-being, more of talking about other things personally and related to the college or related to the institutional environment and so on. We can talk about the personal information about the others. For example, one of the best management lessons that we generally the world learns from the Eastern world, particularly is from Japan. In Japan, every manager who is considered to be a good manager is supposed to go to each individual employee of the institution of that particular company and ask how his children, how his family, his wife or spouse are on that particular day. And that is a custom that is being followed, which actually results in long-standing association of the employees with the institution. So once I become friendly and I start attaching myself or connecting myself to the people around me, I do not move out. So, and it is very high in the Western world. The job hopping is very high in the Western world. That is America, if you take as one extreme. And the other extreme, I'm talking about the map, though it's a globe. The other eastern extreme we take as Japan. And Japan has everything that is personal. And they have the extreme number of years of the association of an employee being with the organization. So when job hopping is very high, it is very difficult for people to get connected to one another. But if job is stable and people are stable in one particular place, we tend to get associated with them more. And that is what we are trying to say here. The more we interact with our students, the more we get to know about them, the affiliation and affinity that we have with that particular institution and with that set of students will be very high, which they automatically feel is monitoring them. So in a way, we will not be able to, the students will not be able to run away from our eyes. I did not see you for the past 2 days. What exactly happened to you? Is everything all right? Though we don't get a positive answer or a right answer initially, but later the student tends to open up and start speaking to us. So that is one way of driving away any kind of fear and also building some kind of rapport between the students and the teacher. As one of our friends is saying, definitely 2-3 minutes is not enough, but that is an experiment that is being done with one particular high school community in one country. Probably that itself made magic, which means we can do even wonders. Right. Moving on to understanding how communication can work. We are looking at how different, could you please change the slide? Communication basically will be of two types when it comes to our classrooms and in an educational institution setup. The first one is intra-communication that happens within us. What we communicate cognitively, what is the language that we use to communicate and so on. And intercommunication is between the teacher and the students or among people in an institution. So that interactional way of dealing with language to build relationship, to communicate, to discuss, to pass on information and to interact in so many different ways. We do communicate in the class. And when it is communicating in the class between the teacher and the student, primarily the first thing that happens is, anyway, it is teaching and learning. The second one is it is to build bond between the teachers and learners. The third, it helps in managing the groups of students and their learning process. It contributes to organizing various tasks that we give and also the activities that we conduct in the class as classroom practices. So whatever we are trying to interact and whatever we are trying to ask the students to get into the class and understand what is to be communicated and how it is to be communicated, when we give practice to the students in those lines, the learning can be ensured that ways. The next one is, if communication is happening in the classroom in a positive way, it influences learning through the choice of language and their interactional decision making. So if the teacher chooses the language that is appropriate for the learner, then the interaction that happens between the teacher and the learner will increase tremendously. And all these will happen particularly on two different notes. One is if communication happens cordially and deeply, if the teaching outcomes are to be achieved. So the whole communication that happens between the teacher and the learner results in achieving the outcomes of the classes. Then the second one is if the teacher is able to manage the volume based on the number of students and classes. Not that many of you do not do. This is just part of how the thumb rules of communication are established in the classroom. So you increase the volume of your voice or decrease based on the number of students in the class, the pace of which you're teaching. Say you want to deliver a lot of content, you all have the deadlines, exams, and the syllabus to be covered and so on. So we all will be in a hurry to actually complete that rather than looking at whether the students are really with us in learning or not. So once you connect with the students, you will also understand the pace at which you can go with the students. Back, please. Yes. And there is intonation that is to be modulated. Now, most of the times what happens is we tend to ask questions without any kind of tags before and after them. For example, that's not the right answer. Sit down. What do you want to say now? The tone. And could you please repeat? Sorry, I didn't get you. Is that what you want to know? Do you want me to repeat again? Sure, I'll do that. So the tone in which you would like to interact with the students will make the students, it is like calling the students into the process of learning. So how do you call them into the process? It is by talking very pleasantly, mellowing down your voices and intonation, make it more pleasant and pleasing for the students. The next one, please. Basically, generally what we do in the class is divided into 4 parts. I made it this way. Looking at the previous statistics and looking at most of the classes that you and I or others generally that I observe, looking at all these, putting it together, this is how I thought generally the time in the class is being divided. So we spend about 3 minutes in the beginning with the pleasantries, and about 10 to 15 minutes happen with question and answer session. This need not be as a separate session. This can be part of interacting our or transacting our content in the classroom. So if you are transacting your content, there is some kind of concept that you want to teach today. So in the process, when you are teaching, you also tend to pose some questions in the class and you also get answers. So questions are across the class. It need not be particularly only to ask some pleasantries. How are you today? What happened to you yesterday? Why is that your performance in the exam or the class test is not very good? Do you need some additional help from me? And so on. So these are all questions that actually will not have separately timed in a classroom. They are intertwined into the whole of the interaction we have in the class. So, and the major time, the majority, the giant chunk is being taken by content delivery, because that is what we are meant to be in the classes for. So we deliver the content for more than 20 to 25 minutes. After that, we also, if you are able to allot some particular time, particularly for feedback and summing up or follow-up activities. If you can give 5 to 8 minutes, this seems to be an ideal kind of time for the class. So if 50% or less than 50% is to deliver the content, the rest of the time, or the talk time of the teacher is less than 50%, the rest of the time will be like the teacher questioning or interacting or having discussions, asking the students to talk among themselves, and so on can happen for the rest of the time. Assuming that you have about 50 minutes in a class. Can we move on? This is how we can begin our pleasantries in the class. The greetings and pleasantries can start this way. Say good morning, good afternoon, good evening is a common kind of one. How are you all today is also very, very common. The other one, there are two wonderful things that you can say in the class. I'm glad to see you all back in the class. And how are you doing? How are your holidays and so on? That's one. How nice it is to be in this class, to see you all again. I enjoy being with you. Maybe sometimes it's not the truth, but if you can really say such good things to the students, they really will be enjoying the way you try and connect to them. Will you please change the slide? And what's new, WhatsApp, these are common. Talk about the campus, like when we when we are walking in the corridors of the campus, we generally, our eye catches something which is not normal. Say the dustbin has fallen and everything is dirty. Somebody in the time of fall or autumn, there are lots of leaves falling out, and the campus seems to be not in a good condition. So such things if you discuss. So what do you think is a season? How do you think we can protect trees better? Do you think we should water the plants that are there on the campus? Start planting some more plants. Let us go for a plantation day. Such kind of ones, such talk. I know it's very hot this summer. There is a news that is going on around since yesterday. June 6th to June 14th is going to be a heat wave period for particularly the coastal Andhra. So some districts are being stated, and they say it's going to be beyond 45 degrees, and it's going to be any breeze that you get will only be hot and so on. So what do you think is the reason for this? How do you think we can protect our environment from this? And such kind of general discussion in the class will also help them get into the discussions that we have further on different topics. It eases their condition and they start participating in the class. And because our prime motto is to allow the student to participate in the class, participate in the learning happening in the class, we want the students to open up. So the boundaries that you have related to what you can talk in the class, if that is being erased, automatically we go on, we get good relationship with the student. Then we also can talk about self-grooming. Probably not in general, not in the class. If you have observed something, probably that strikingly dark kind of colors that we wear doesn't make us look like professionals, or any such things. Like you want to talk about a haircut that is badly required, you feel like telling them, or probably tell them that this is a corporate attire, probably this is how the corporates expect you to dress up and present yourselves? Don't you think you need to start doing it from now on? And such self-grooming talk can also happen in the class. And you also appreciate any kind of change. You acknowledge the change in the students that, okay, this suggestion that is being given by me is being taken appropriately by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the class. So that also can be acknowledged and appreciated in the class or in person, but be very careful with the genders. The age is very dangerous, and the kind of compliments that you give are also to be general when it is the other gender. I'm sure you understand what I'm trying to say. Right. The content delivery interaction can happen in various ways. The first one is definitely it includes language. And the language that we use should be inclusive in the sense, let's learn something today. Isn't it interesting for us to understand this particular theory? Don't you think we can apply this theory in these contexts? What else do you think can happen here? So these are the questions that make the class very inclusive. Like you associate yourself with the students and say always in a we, not you. Like you're not separating yourself from the students, you're putting yourself along with the students. So that mixing up with the students, that language itself as we and us and all of us together, and that togetherness in the language automatically is calling everybody to participate in the learning. The next one is help the learners read on their own the text. So this is a major aspect because that is how they learn very formal language from the text. And the texts are in English. You cannot give every word, every sentence to the students for their learning. And so they need to do some kind of homework, and that homework in the form of reading should happen. And that is how the second way of transacting with the content is the students reading the text on their own. The third one is learning chunks. Break the text. Say there is some big chapter that you need to complete teaching within a particular period of time, say 2 weeks or so. So instead of extending it to 2 weeks, you automatically can reduce the time of teaching and learning. Break it into different chunks and give it as a responsibility for the students to learn it in groups or pairs and come and teach in a class. So that would be a wonderful experience for the students. They learn themselves. If they cannot do it all by themselves, they can come to you. Give them time. Ask them to interact with you. You can explain concepts in groups for them. Ask them to read and explain it to you, and probably the same they can do even in the classes. I know this is stretching ourselves a lot. Most of us are doing a lot of homework, a lot of classwork, and taking up number of other responsibilities as well. Like most of you are trainers and master trainers, you spend a lot of time that ways. In addition to that, giving this time might be difficult. But once the students are falling in the track of learning, once you train them to learn all by themselves, this is just the initial glitching time, the teething period that you say. The initial time will be little time taking for the first 2 units till the students get into the habit of reading all by themselves and explaining and trying to understand and explain to others, getting into groups and working together to understand one particular concept. All this initially might take a little longer time by you, but as a result of that initial stretching time of yours, the students will be able to learn what they're expected to learn much faster and with more of involvement. And you needn't worry about how their performances in the exams will be in this case. The next is give them initially when they come into the classes, pick up some kind of terms, some kind of concepts, some kind of terminology, put them on the board and ask them to, okay, if you can speak for 1 minute using all the terms that are given here. You can explain them, you can talk what each of the term means, you can also explain how they can be used, or you can just put everything in a particular paragraph and then talk. Give any kind of choices to the students that will help them be more conversant in English primarily. So that is how you get the students also to understand your language. So most of the times they will be reticent from participating in the classroom interactions because they feel that they don't have enough language, though they understand the concepts. This separating themselves or putting that laid down kind of attitude of the students, to avoid that, you can invite them into the classes more. So another way is also getting the students to teach simpler concepts initially and take turns. So one day or one class, 2 or 3 will be teaching and you take over from them. So you give about 5 to 10 minutes for them to teach simpler concepts, and later you take over and you also add to what they have already taught and give your expertise and knowledge to the students later. So this is one thing where the students also take the responsibility of learning. It is not the teacher who needs to take everything. It is not the teacher who needs to take the brunt of their results even, but it is the students who get involved and they start learning by themselves. And the problem primarily here is the language. That is what we are trying to deal with. Once they understand that, okay, these terms or this particular register or this particular set of vocabulary that is used in this particular subject can be put in sentences of this form and can be used this way, if you are able to train them in a way where they feel that, okay, I know everything, including the language that can be used particularly for this, to answer this concept or to write an answer for this particular question. If you're able to give that language to them as a practice, as an oral practice, as a written practice in the classroom, then the students will be able to overcome the problem or fear of learning English. And the last one, the last but one is to explain, make the students explain the concept using the key terms as it is content words and so on. And use variety of techniques or activities and mode of delivery. Need not be always like you should teach or the students should teach. You also can include technology. There are lots of OERs available free everywhere. So the open education resources you can bring into the classrooms, lots of videos on every simple single concept that is existing under the sky. You have videos for it, given or made by different people across the world. And they're freely available everywhere. So you can search for them and get appropriate videos which are shorter and give it in the classroom. And that makes the whole class more interesting because there is variety in the class. The multi-model way of teaching is what we are talking about. The same can be done with your classes as well. Thank you. Move on to the next, please. Now, may I ask you to respond to this? What are the different ways you can transact the content in your classes? What generally do you do? We talked about different ways of or different techniques that can be used in the classes. So can we have this link being given to the participants?
Yes, ma'am, we'll share. We'll share now.
In the chat, I have given the link. Please click on the link.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yeah, link is visible, but I also gave in the
Page.
chat
Web
the
page is visible, ma'am.
it hasn't changed to the web page.
Okay, ma'am. Please wait.
This task is primarily to understand what are the different techniques so that we can add to what you are already using or adapting.
Madam, Anantapur NRC responding, madam. Can you share that link, madam, in the chat box?
Yes, sir.
It
We'll
is
share.
already,
Ma'am,
it is
is it
already
visible?
shared.
Is it okay?
It is already shared. Yes, yes, it is visible. Okay, one way one of you have responded is to say it is by notes. You deliver the content in the form of notebooks. One of our friends also said it is by demonstration, interaction, and giving live examples. That's very great. Actually, we need modeling of everything that we expect from the students. For example, you want the students to do an activity in the class. You should be able to model it and show it to them. What you expect them to do. An example in front of them is always required. Great. Another friend of ours said it is by PPTs. And of course, Blackboard teaching. Okay. One of our friends also said it is by OERs. A couple of our friends said it is questions and answers. By giving pictogram, we can create curiosity towards science subjects. That's great, Padmavati madam. And models, presenting models, visual charts, interactive learning, by presenting PPTs, by sharing videos and simulations. Gaming and activities, wonderful, that's great. Sharing videos, peer teaching, skits, plays and acts, visual charts. Very interesting. Making students read paragraph and let them explain what they understand. Great. That's exactly what we were talking before a while ago. Using poster presentations, concept maps, role plays, using gestures, audio visual aids and puzzles, PPTs, discussions, videos and audios, brainstorming using gestures, group discussions, participative learning, case studies. Great. Hmm. Seminars, giving projects, flow charts, concept maps. Okay, I think almost all that we regularly do, case analysis and case studies, group discussions, debates, role plays, activities. Wonderful, wonderful. That's great. Very happy to see your responses. And all of you really know, somebody said reflective practices. That's great. Wonderful. Quizzes. Giving projects, charts, seminars, lectures, participating in different activities, sharing animations, real-time scenarios. Great. This is so heart-filling, you know. You're already very well experienced people, and sometimes I feel I don't know why we are being called, we are so tiny dots when compared to your experience, the exposure that you people have, and the amount of emotional and cognitive energies that you spend with your students is really amazing. Sometimes I feel your dedication to the profession is something which is really amazing. And all of you need a good round of applause. Great. Thank you so much. Yeah. Information transfer. Great. Right. Getting back to our discussion. Now, we were saying that there are 4 quadrants in the class time, and one part of your time can be divided or dedicated to questions and answers. Now let's look at what types of questions can be asked. One is comprehension checks. The second one is confirmation checks. Like comprehension check is particularly when it comes to how much they have understood, and confirmation check is whether they are going in the right direction or not in understanding the concepts that you give. Clarification requests can come from the students. You also can ask the students to clarify how much they have learned. Avoid questions that are too closed. Don't ask that immediate question where they can get one word answer from what you have already spoken. So too closed question that can have only single answer or single word answer generally can be avoided by the teachers. Too fast, like I ask a question, immediately I don't get an answer, okay, I give the answer and I leave the class. That wait time by the teacher is very important aspect there. So you will have to give some time for the student to allow process the question that you gave and give the right answer. So that wait time is required by us. And too vague. There could be some kind of questions that we are also not sure of what answer can be given or what answer we can expect from the teachers. In such cases, avoid that vagueness, be very specific, be very clear in giving instructions on what you want to get. And too many repetitions of something that is non-understood kind of questions or something that is not that is misunderstood by the students. Don't try to repeat. Try and rephrase it. It's like not asking the same question again and again, but it is to rephrase the question or ask a different aspect of the question. That forms an important aspect. Can we move on? Yeah, questions that particularly go into content delivery. When we are dedicated to deliver the content, what kind of questions can be asked by us? So what do you think we should learn today when it is introduction to the introduction phase of giving the content? Are you ready to learn this particular concept today? Shall we learn this? This seems to be a little very complex. Are you ready to learn this complex topic today? Do you remember we discussed something yesterday? What is that we discussed? What do you think we can be a continuation to what we discussed yesterday? What do you think will solve this particular problem and give a problem and the solution should come in? So is there anybody ready to start this? Is everybody ready to start? Is there anyone who would like to initiate, talk something about? So say in any of the technical classes, what do you think is the reason for the signal failure that resulted in that great tragic accident of the trains 4 days ago? Now, such questions, bringing in the latest context and asking questions, bringing in the latest happenings around. And what do you think is the place of AI and what do you think will be the place of your learning tomorrow? So I'm learning something related to physics, something related to history, something related to chemistry or geography or social sciences, any of the like politics or history or civics, any of the topics that you're taking up. What do you think is the relevance of this tomorrow or today? And if with the present kind of pace at which the technology is walking into our classes or lives, what do you think will be tomorrow with this particular concept? So that brings in a lot of general discussion in the class, and that is some kind of initiation that is being taken by the teacher to lead the whole class into the learning. The second one is when you are presenting the actual topic. Do you think this theory works very well? Is there an alternative theory for it? Can you think of an alternative? Can you suggest something which you have learned before that connects to this particular theory? Is this the right conclusion that can be given? And how different can we do this? Can you add or remove something? Can you add more examples? Can you give some example to this when you talk about a theory? So this is about presenting, and the third part is application part. Can you try and explain the application part of this particular concept, this theory? And to lead the students to make observations like what is that which you observed in the whole of this process? And can you draw some kind of inferences, asking them for that to clear up the difficulties, any kind of misunderstandings, and to assist the students? You can ask many number of questions in the same way. So you can also quickly give a quiz in the class. What do you think are the types of questions that you can ask in the beginning of the class that actually sheds away all the fears that the students have in communicating with you? What kind of questions can you ask in the class? This is for the whole class now. I'm not teaching. I'm asking you. What do you think are the questions that you can ask in the beginning of the class so that the students shed away their fears and start participating in the class? Go back, please. Stay there.
Madam,
yes, madam.
Probably we will be discussing or asking about the previous sessions held in the previous on the previous day.
Okay,
So,
talking about the previous day learning, in case a student is not very comfortable or student has forgotten or anything that happens, do you think more participation will be there from the students' end?
gaps should be filled so that the student can feel better for the next session.
Exactly. So you give some kind of cues in the class to begin the discussion, and taking the cues, the student takes up the discussion and goes on participating. Wonderful, madam. Thank you so much. That's very nice. Any more?
Prerequisites for the current class, like whatever pre-knowledge that the student must have to understand today's class.
Okay. So you ask about what do you already know?
Yes, yes,
Do
ma'am.
you understand this particular concept? Yes. So some kind of background knowledge that is required to understand this particular concept, you revise that. Wonderful, madam. Thank you. Any more? Okay, great. I would also like to add to this, saying that to ease the whole environment of learning, something that you can ask is always about their own experiences, that is relating the concept that you want to teach to their own lives, and ask them to respond with the current things happening around. So you talk about movies, you talk about any current events that are happening around, you talk about any kind of changes taken as government policies, how do they affect our lives, change in the rates of certain kind of products or groceries or general kind of domestic products that we buy. What do you think? Why is there a change in this? What is the pattern of living now? Why is that? What are the influences that we have in bringing in this change? Such kind of discussions, will call them into the class. They shed away their fears. They think that okay, anything that comes to their mind can be discussed and shared in the classroom. Once that platform is given for discussions to, and you say that the class is open for such kind of discussions, sure, you have more participation from the students. Interaction primarily is a process of learning. If the student is able to give language to the thought, learning is complete. If the learner, if any of your students, they say that they understand the concept, but they're not able to say, how do you know whether they understood or not? They definitely have to bring it out in the form of language. be it oral, be it written. And tell them that unless an idea, anything that is being formed, anything that is understood, unless it is put in the form of language, you can never know the shape of their understanding. That is, language gives a shape of their thinking, their knowledge. And that shape given by language is very important for them. Definitely, because that has to be in the target language in your context. It has to be in English, and there is no option for the students. So let them practice giving lots of communication, lot of interaction happening in the class. And once they think that, okay, English is not something that is far away from them, it can be used by them, it is already with them. In Telugu, we forgot many of the words that are equivalents in English to Telugu, I mean to say. Many of the words we stopped using in Telugu, and if anybody uses also, we find it so odd and strange. And that is how much we have inculcated English into our speaking. So most of language is already living with us. It is only like we need to put it in practice, use it more in the class, so that the students also get into the habit of learning English. And the last stage of conclusion in the class. So what did we discuss today? What did we learn today? That learning and discussion. Could you please go to the previous slide? Yeah, that learning and discussion, if the students are able to give themselves, that is a summing up. I learned 1, 2, 3, 4 today. That leads to memory, good memory of what is being learned that day. Can you quickly help me to sum up the main points or jot down the main points of today's class? Probably you can work on 1, 2, 3, 4 as a follow-up activity. Probably you can go home and watch this particular video. I'll tell you the title, I'll give you the link for it and so on. Some kind of follow-up activity where the student is continuously engaged in the process of learning. So you can take up local kind of videos like NPTEL videos when it comes to content. You can give Khan Academy videos. Sometimes you also find the students forgot the basics that are to be learned at school level. They come to you and you find that there is a huge gap between what is the prerequisite of learning this and what actually the learner knows. So in such cases, you can give some kind of suggestions to go into this particular website, start watching these videos, you understand the concept better, and then come to the next class. Such kind of suggestions as follow-up activity also can be given in the classroom. Next slide, please. So generally, some tips to give this Q&A is that when the student asks a question, try to call on them by name. When you are responding to the question, when you are giving an answer to the student's question, try to call the student by name. This will help create a sense of belonging to the student. And definitely thank them for asking a question and motivate them to ask more questions. If a question is common, so tell them that this is a common kind of question, and this is this surely I'm very sure that this is a question that everybody wants to ask. Thanks, you asked this question. So this will help the student see that, okay, there is an important question that the student has asked, and everybody requires a clarification related to that. And the student also starts feeling important in the class. Then, if you pose a question and a student responds to you with an incorrect answer, one is you can thank the student for responding. Thank you for responding, but I don't think that is the right way of looking at this particular one. Probably you need to understand it in a better way to give the right answer. If the student's response is in line with a common error, right, exactly. This is what everybody should have understood, and that is why I asked this question. This is a wrong perspective, so let's learn the right one. So that is how you turn the wrong answer to the right answer. so they don't feel alone and they're not misunderstood by the rest of the class. Insist on the process that they why do you think you have come to this particular answer? What was your thinking to give me this answer? Okay, so step 1, step 2, probably that is where you went wrong. You need to rectify that and come back to in this particular manner. So on and so forth will be giving encouragement to the student. Like once we say you gave me a wrong answer, come on, didn't you understand this? That is putting off the learner. If the student's answer is partially correct, ask another student to add on or clarify the response. And all through what you are supposed to see is that you're boosting up the morale of the student, give the student to that strength, the moral strength and language strength even to communicate in the classroom. Sometimes it is like the learner fumbles for words, they go blank, give that support of giving 1 word, 2 word support to complete the sentence and so on. That will help them complete the task with ease. The next one, please. Now, another major aspect is giving feedback. Giving feedback is one thing that we all need to learn. Not that we don't know, but sometimes we also think that we are doing it in the right manner, but may or may not have the right way of doing it. So the first thing of anything that is given as a response by the student is to compliment. And the second, you can advise. Okay, wonderful. You have stood up. I appreciate the guts you have to stand up and answer this question. But the thing is, probably you will have to fine tune your thinking. Probably if you could practice a little at home related to regular speaking, you will build up or make up for the fluency issues that you have, and you'll be able to do better next time. But wonderful presentation once again. So that sandwiched pattern, beginning with a positive response, then tell what are the negatives of it, how they can make up for the negatives, and finally, once again, appreciate for the positiveness that is there in the response. So that is what we call as sandwich pattern of feedback. This is a major or a very popular way of giving feedback. This doesn't put down anybody because it starts with a positive one, it ends with a positive one. In between, you give those little aspects that they need to work on. Sometimes they might be forgotten even, and everything that is positive is more registered for the students. Think of those. And positive in front of the class plus areas to improve in person. This is another way of doing it. So very well done. These are this is how our friend has or was able to make a wonderful presentation. You tell it in the class and call the person in person to your office and say that, okay, these are 2-3 flaws that I found in your presentation. Probably you can check, correct, and make it a better one next time when you get a chance. So that is positive in front of the class and areas to improve in person. And if the errors are minor, there is no point in pointing out and talking about it. So you generally ignore any of the minor flaws that they have. And portfolios help track the consistent progress or performance of the students. In the sense, if there are regular presentations or regular quizzes in the class where the students are asked to answer, regular kind of homework that is to be done by the students and come and make a presentation the next day and so on. For that, if you can, in your own diary, needn't be a long kind of essay on how the student has performed, but 1, 2, 3 points that actually make it striking for that particular presentation as a feature. If you can note it in your diary and maintain it as a record. So on particular date, on a day you spoke on this particular topic, I could give you only a B+ then. with 1, 2, 3 areas for you to improve. But now I gave you, you know, an A plus. You jumped 2 levels and now you are doing perfectly well. So that kind of feedback you will be able to give to the students, connecting the previous presentation as well. So that record of what the student has been doing in your classes, if you can make a note of it, it will be wonderful for the student also, because the student thinks that you have wonderful memory and you are able to talk about the previous and the present. And generally, this is the 4 quadrants that we have for feedback. One is advice, one is compliment, one is criticism and remark. Criticism is not positively taken, but when it is remarks that that some kind of change is required, you can advise the students. Move on, please. And in the class, these are the general types of interaction that you can have, which you already have mentioned. Most of you have given even more interesting things on your Padlet. So it's to give instructions. That's a prime kind of one the teacher can do. Most of the times we don't give detailed instructions before we ask them to do a particular activity. What is expected is not given to them. I'll give you a small example. Write an essay on this particular topic. We generally ask them to do and ask them to bring to the class. So an essay mean how many words for you? What are the major areas that you want the student to respond in? Do you want the students to give other examples and application aspects of this concept as well? That clarity should be given to the student. Once the clarity is given, the instructions are clear, then what is expected from the student also will be appropriate. Otherwise, the student is confused and you're also confused. Once they bring back the written responses, you don't know what to do with a 2-line answer, which is also right, and a 2-page answer, which is also right. You don't know what to do with these two. Who is right, who is wrong, you don't know, because you haven't given any limit. So instructions are very important for the students. Then question and answer sessions definitely should be there in every session of your teaching. You also can include and incorporate discussions and debates, give the latest topics, ask them to connect to the theory that is there in the text and what is there happening outside the classroom. Role plays, a couple of you have given this. Reading aloud in the class is also one way of improving the fluency in the students. And ask them to share information in English. Whatever they have learned, go home, talk to your friends, talk to your parents, talk to your neighbors, somebody who wants to learn or knows little English or some kind of English, then give a presentation to them. So that is also sharing information with others. And encourage storytelling in the class. What happened to you yesterday? Ask them to narrate it in the form of a story. And narrative techniques are very important even when they sit down for interviews. So let them get into these narrative techniques. Collaborative learning is more important. Let them get into teams and start learning together, and general conversations in the class as well. As I was telling you before also, the general conversations that we have in the class eases and relaxes the whole class. And the feedback we already discussed has to be always beginning with positives. With all these, there are also certain problems that we face. One is we do have resistant students. We have large classes, we have mixed ability classes, and we have students who lack motivation. These are everyday battles that all of us are fighting with. And sure, one of the ways is only to personally talk to the students and involve them in the whole learning process. Most of the time, students don't participate in the classes is because they always feel that their language is insufficient or inappropriate. So once you start correcting their language, they surely will feel that they do not have language enough to answer. But if you allow them to answer in whatever manner they could, that will encourage them to participate. Look at these expressions. You know, like, and if the teacher is using these words very frequently, overused by us, and it can be distracting or signaling lack of preparation by the teacher. In case you want to take you want to get some kind of fillers, probably you can take a break there. Give 1 second gap. Think of what do you want to say next and continue. So that will not affect your fluency, but fillers will affect fluency, will distract the listeners. The next one is, I'll tell you quickly, details are not very important. We talk about like this about some of the topics in the classes. And when we adopt this kind of phrases, it signals that the topic is not very important for the students. And if the topic is not very important, why are you wasting our time making us sit in the class? Why are you teaching us? Probably they don't have the guts to stand up and ask these questions to you, but sure, that will be ringing in the back of their mind. And they lose attention. So whatever you're teaching in the class, never say that this is of less importance. The third one is, this is an essay, you should already know that this is very easy, this is something which you already know, and why are you asking me now? This sometimes will be very embarrassing for the students. So everybody knows and only I don't know is a feeling that you are giving to the student. So be very careful in the responses that you give to the students. With that, I close my talk, and this is the reality. There is no app for good teaching, and there is no single way of becoming a good teacher. I'm sure all of you are very successful in your profession, and all of you are wonderful teachers. Thank you for giving me this opportunity and listening to me for such a long time. I have some YouTube videos that talk about different games and different pictures, how they can be used in the classes and so on. If you're interested, you can go through. Thank you. My session is now open for any questions that you have for clarification.
It's really excellent session, ma'am, and classroom management. We really enjoyed it. Thank you so much, ma'am. Parvatipuram, NRC Parvatipuram.
Yes, madam, responded, madam. Madam, I, T. Ramasankarna, lecturer in physics from NRC Parthipuram, has give to vote of thanks to Madam G. Suvarna Lakshmi, madam. And the topic classroom communication, in that one we have learned a lot of things, content delivery interaction, and how can we involve the students to the classroom communication, and how effective of our class within a period of 1 hour, and the design of class with the content, and what are the ways we can transact the content in our class, and which type of questions are we asked to the students in the class, and the tips required to ask the question and answers, and at the same time the patterns of the feedback for students as well as lecturers, and depending upon the feedback, if the change is required or not, that we can assess. At the same time, the types of interactions to the students. Madam, we have already trained in internships last year December in Hyderabad Central University. In that, we have learned the role plays and storytelling and question and answer sessions and general conversations. We have already played with that role plays to the students. The students are very actively participated in role plays, and the attendance is also increasing for the role plays. At the same time, the problems faced by the students and staff related to the current situation regarding to the curriculum and every year syllabus will be changing from content to content. That is the major problem. Even current situation is the degree final year students have to prepare to study the postgraduate syllabus, so they can try to they can understanding level is very difficult to study the postgraduate level subjects. So thank you, madam. Thank you all from our all participants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any more queries from different NRCs? Any queries? Ma'am, we can assume that no queries, I think so. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for accepting our invitation, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Let's end the session. Again, we will meet by 2 o'clock.
అండ్ ఆల్ ఎన్ఆర్సీస్ మీ యొక్క వీడియోస్ని ఆన్ చేయండి, అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకోండి. రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్ ఆల్రెడీ ఆన్లైన్లో వచ్చారండి. మీ యొక్క వీడియోస్ని అన్మ్యూట్ చేయండి.
ఎన్ఆర్సి పార్వతీపురం శాంతకుమారి
మేడం
రెడీగా ఉన్నారు కదా సార్? నెక్స్ట్
yes మేడం.
ఓకే.
Good afternoon.
We welcome. Just a minute, sir.
Okay, madam.
Just a minute. Once again, we welcome all the participants. Day 3 post lunch session. We welcome you, ma'am. Muchyala Udaya, ma'am. Today's resource person. Thank you, ma'am, for coming. We are very glad to have you today. I request NRC Parvatipura to introduce today's eminent resource person. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, all. Welcome back to post lunch session. So I am glad to introduce Dr. M. Udaya, madam. Is an associate professor teaching for the past 13 years in the Department of ESL Studies at the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. She has participated in different capacities in more than 40 national and international seminars and conferences and published papers in well-reputed journals. She visited Singapore and Malaysia and United Kingdom and presented papers on corpus and language teaching and multilingualism. And she is one of the editor for European journal ELT and Education. And she was an NSS program officer and conducted various programs as a part of the University Social Responsibility Initiative. And she has so far supervised 6 PhDs and 1 MPhil students. Presently, 4 doctoral students are working under her supervision. And welcome you, madam. Over to you, madam. Thank you, one and all.
Ma'am, you can start the session, ma'am. Once again, we welcome you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for that introduction. And good afternoon, all the participants. Ma'am, if my voice is clear or no, just let me know.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely
madam.
clear.
Yes, okay, fine. Just a minute. Fine. Today's session, actually, most of them are still settling down, I think, and it's a post-lunch session. So if you're a bit bored, you can have an interaction with me so that you don't feel bored in the afternoon sessions. We can discuss and we can have an interaction. We can talk to each other. And what I come to know is most of you are degree college teachers. So accordingly, according to your needs and according to your classrooms, how we need to conduct ourselves and how we need to go about in our classrooms and how we need to train our students and what are the new things that are coming in according to the NEP, right? So there are new changes coming in our classrooms, new changes for our teachers, new changes even for the overall setting in the institution or higher education institutes. So in order to see these changes are well taken into account, and as teachers, we need to be part of the whole system and responsible for each and every aspect which is happening in our classrooms. So accordingly, for our classrooms, how we need to bring these changes, that is what I am going to discuss, that is collaborative learning. Collaborative learning is nothing but we need to work with each other or help students work with each other either in pairs, groups, or any other aspect, right? So when you are working with your students or when you're working with your colleagues, what kind of interaction do you need to have? So I'm going to share a PPT and accordingly I'll try to give you certain inputs. You might be feeling that what is that we are going to do with collaborative learning or NEP or whatever it is. But once you get into the classroom, the overall scenario is going to change, right? So it is not now only the textbook and the teacher, but it is the teacher and the students. Your textbook should be kept aside, but it is more about the innovativeness a teacher has to bring to the classroom. How innovatively you can teach, how interactive you can make your sessions, how much your students are learning from you, how much they are interested in your classes, and what are the new things that you can bring to your classes. That is very important nowadays. So at English and Foreign Language University, where I work, and most of you were part of some of the sessions in our university. So here we have a different kind of setup wherein we have all the institutional support given to us. But when it comes to your degree colleges, you might be having some kind of problem either with language background of your students or else to the structure of your system or else the textbooks which you think are not appropriate or appropriate, whatever it is. So there are many problems within the classroom, and according to these classrooms, how you need to adapt yourself and what NEP says about it, you need to know about it first thing. So NEP says that as a teacher, you should be more innovative. You should be learning on a daily basis. You should be an active learner. As a teacher, what is that you should bring that innovativeness into your classroom, right? So I'm just sharing my PPT. You can have a look at it. Accordingly, I'll just try to explain few things. Okay, so this is my topic. So this is my topic for today. It is collaborative learning and learner-centered pedagogy. Collaborative learning is nothing but how we try to learn from others or how we try to collaborate with others, how we try to interact with others, and within the classroom, how you help your learners to collaborate with each other. Right. See, many activities are there wherein you might be giving a debate or a group discussion, or there are many games, online games, which are helpful for your learners to bring to the classroom. But sometimes it is not possible because there is no internet access. So within the classroom, you need to try to be innovative enough. So when you're trying to be innovative enough, how is this collaborative learning going to help you all? So first thing is, let me talk about what is NEP and how you need to go about it. Now, what is NEP? Right. Now, most of you know what is NEP.
Ma'am, sorry for intervening. Ma'am,
Yeah.
you have to click on slide share, ma'am. Slide share.
I did it, no?
Ma'am, whatever the icon you clicked on, beside that, fourth icon, ma'am. Fourth icon. Downside, right one. Down of your screen, right side.
I know there is a share button over here. I did it. And it shows me that my PPT is being shared to you all.
Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
So what am I supposed to do?
Madam, at bottom, you have observed 4 icons, ma'am. First icon has selected. Please observe, ma'am. 4 icons are there, ma'am, at bottom in PPT.
In PPT. Oh, I know. Yeah.
4th icon, you should select.
Slideshow.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I did that, but I couldn't move the slide. So for that reason, again, I had to.
No, ma'am. It is easy, ma'am.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Right. Now, new education policy, that is 2020. What does it say? And as teachers, what is that we need to bring that innovative to our classroom? So what does higher education do nowadays? You need to promote humans as well as societal well-being. So earlier it was we need to make our students good citizens of this country, but now a new term is used, that promoting humans and societal well-being. So societal well-being is through your education, or is through the kind of activities you bring within the society or in the classroom, or is it what are the other aspects which you need to bring into your classroom to make it a more societal well-being? So it is a democratic class, just and socially conscious, cultured and humane society which you are planning to do. And as teachers, we have been doing this for years. But now, due to 2020, we should be a bit cautious about it and try to bring this humane nature even into our classroom. Right? So also you need to contribute towards sustainable livelihoods and economic development. So whatever courses we are teaching, whatever courses the university is trying to offer, and you have multi-courses and multi-level entries which the universities are planning to do. So when these multi-level entries and multi-level exits are there, the economic development and the courses also should see that there's a lot of economic development, and learners can stand on their own and try to have a better economic stability within themselves. So for that reason, they talk about sustainable livelihoods and economic development, right? So what is the framework that is saying is learning and innovation skills. As teachers, we are supposed to be more innovative. So why this innovative word is being repeatedly used nowadays? So COVID has taught you all how to use the computer. COVID has taught you how to do interactive classes or online classes. Everything you have learned during the COVID time. But this interaction or this ICT level learning has to be implemented on a regular basis. So COVID period has gone. Now you are going to your classrooms. So again, you have caught hold of the textbook and you have started teaching them. But this textbook, and along with ICT and along with collaboration, everything should look like a more of a inclusive classroom wherein you have brought in everything into your class and you're making it more innovative. For that reason, you have life and career skills, you have core subjects and 21st century themes, you have information media and technology. Everything is available, and even now chat GPT is making your life more easier. So everything is possible and everything learners are able to learn on their own. But as a teacher, how are you going to stand in front of them with more innovative ideas? That is very important. So there are standards and assessments which are going to change. Curriculum and instruction, that is changing. Professional development, it is not that they have done an MA in English and then immediately they're going to do something in PhD in English or something. But if you have done a MA English, you should have multiple level entries wherein the learner should be able to do music or dance or any other program easily. So there is a lot of development that is going to happen in the next few years. Accordingly, your professional development skills also need to change, and even you should look into different aspects of your teaching. It's not going to be only English, but you should bring in multiple courses along with your English language or any other subject which you're planning to teach. And also the learning environment is going to change because most of the classrooms will become digital classrooms. So without digital teaching, it's very impossible to teach them because you'll have a whiteboard wherein you need to learn how to use a whiteboard and all, right? It won't be a blackboard and a chalk now, but there will be new changes within your classroom. Okay, so ADP 20 says that education must develop good, thoughtful, well-rounded and creative individuals. So if you are creative, you can bring your creative students into the society. So study more specialized area of interest at a deeper level. So you were a good dance teacher. Along with that, you became an English teacher. So you can include your dance and English together and make it a more specialized course for your students. Right? You can bring multiple courses which the students might be interested, which will bring a more better perspective about you and also the studies which they might be pursuing, and also the institutional recognition which might help you all. Okay, so develop character, ethical and constitutional values, intellectual curiosity. This is what even many times Prime Minister is talking about, and you have many people talking about this intellectual curiosity which you need to create, and also scientific temper, creativity, spirit of service. All these things have to be inculcated in our students in the later times. Then you need to include sciences, social sciences, arts, humanities, and also technical and vocational subjects. So technical vocational subjects were not given importance, but NEP says that these are very important, and each and every student should know what is carpentry or what is plumbing or what is the other things. Everything you need to give them. Okay, so today's newspaper, if you have seen, they have told that every day you'll have yoga for 5 minutes in the morning and also meditation for 10 to 15 minutes in schools. It is going to be compulsory. So one aspect has become compulsory. Later on, many aspects will slowly start into be compulsory. So when they become compulsory, as a teacher, how are we going to change ourselves? How are we going to bring in these new things into our classroom? Okay, so must enable personal accomplishment, enlightenment, constructive public engagement, productive contribution to the society. So these courses should not be only for you and me or only for the institution, but it should contribute to the well-being of the society. And also, if students are interested in traveling abroad and they would like to do multiple courses or multiple areas of research, so you should be helping them to do that. Then prepare students for meaningful and satisfying lives and also economic independence. This is very important because any course you do, it should not be that you have done a course and you don't have any kind of employment. But each and every course should give you some kind of employment. So propagate those courses which can give you employment, and there should be economic independence of your students. That is how you're going to develop them. But there are major challenges which are being faced by our education system. I won't go into the details because most of you are aware about it. I'll just give you an overview. You have a very fragmented higher education ecosystem because you have inter, then you have your degree, then you have your PG, then you have your PhD. So all through you are taking breaks and then going finally after a few ages, you are trying to do a PhD. So there is a fragmented higher education system. For that reason, your 3-year degree has gone into 4 years degree now. If you all are aware about it or not, 3 years is going to be 4 years now. So within 4 years, you can have your last year, all your MA courses can be included in your BA fourth year itself. So that is one change which has come. Now less emphasis on development of cognitive skills and learning outcomes, because here in IFLU we do it, and there are many changes which we bring in our classrooms, but in your classroom also you can bring this. Then separation of disciplines, most of us, sciences, arts, then humanities, there are many separation of disciplines, but now you can come up with maths and history right? You can come up with medicinal courses along with arts courses. So everything is going to come into one place with multiple courses coming in and mixing up with the other things. So limited access in socio-economically disadvantaged areas. So this could be very much relevant to you all, because you know the students are socially and economically very disadvantaged. Most of them are not proficient in their language. So when they come to the classroom, they don't understand. If they understand also only a particular level they understand. As a teacher, you need to put in more effort to teach them. But sometimes as teachers, we lose interest. Our students are not interested because they go for some kind of part-time jobs. So there are many things which are happening in and around. So in order, when you are looking at these students, how you can bring them to the mainstream and how you can help them, that is important. Then limited teacher and institutional autonomy. Earlier it was limited, but now the teacher is so autonomous that you can do what you want in your classrooms. So the new NEP says that there should be teacher autonomy and learner autonomy within the classroom. So when it is teacher autonomy, you have the freedom to select your materials. You have the freedom to get the different.
Excuse me, ma'am. It is stuck on the first slide itself.
Now it's changed.
We are seeing the
changing.
No, ma'am. Only first slide we are seeing. NEP 2020 higher education first slide you have shown, that is only being displayed, ma'am, all through the time.
That's why, yeah, I didn't put the slideshow so that it will become easy for you all. Now?
Yes, ma'am, it's moving now. Thank you.
Okay. Again, you can tell me if it's possible. Now, can you see? I've changed the slide now.
Yes, ma'am. 21st century requirements is the slide.
21st century. Okay. The next one. Next one.
No, ma'am. That's the only one.
Okay. But I don't do a slide. For that reason, it's getting stuck, I think. Okay. Fine.
Yes. Seen, ma'am. Now.
Okay. Fine.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So limited teacher and institutional autonomy. Just now I was saying, now NEP says that there should be more of teacher autonomy, and the teacher can bring in her own materials or her own structure of the course to the classroom. It is not only your textbook, but you can bring in what is relevant to your classroom, and you can include multiple, you can say, disciplines into your classroom. Right. Then inadequate merit-based career management for faculty and institution, that is always there. And every day on a daily basis, we keep on ranting about it. So lesser emphasis on research, because at your level, if you're doing a PhD, you might be talking about research. But when it comes to students, I don't think so we focus on research, because our education system never focuses on research. It is only rote learning, wherein the textbook answers and at the end of the lesson you have your meanings. That is what we are more focused on. We don't give them more projects. We don't give them autonomous learning. It is more of, as a parent, as a teacher, you are just behind the child, asking him to learn or by heart each and every topic, right? So lack of competitive peer review research funding across disciplines. Then an ineffective regulatory system, that is always there. Now things might be changing depending on the governments. Okay, I have changed the slide. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Optimal learning environments.
Yeah. Thank you. So optimal learning environments and support for students. So how is that you're going to support them? There should be effective learning, a comprehensive approach that involves appropriate curriculum. So all the time, don't go with your textbook. Don't go with the prescribed syllabus given to you, but you can bring new innovative ideas into your curriculum. You need to do it at this point, because you have to change the structure of your classroom. Engaging pedagogy. Engaging pedagogy is that not only they should be interested in the text, but along with the text, if you bring them more information related to it, because nowadays all the students are carrying a cell phone to the classroom. So if you can give them the topic and ask them to find out about that, ask them to come up with an idea about it, ask them to discuss about it in the classroom, it will be more engaging. Then continuous assessment. So it should be formative assessment. Because if it is a degree college, it is at the end of the year you have exams. But why can't we have formative assessment where every 1 month or 2 months you have a test, and even these marks are graded, and you have your internal 1, internal 2, and a final exam. That could help them to be more sincere to the classroom, and adequate student support wherein you should be helping the student. Then the curriculum must be interesting and relevant, updated regularly. It is not that the textbook has been printed in 2000 and still now we are following the same textbook. Because post-pandemic, everything has changed. You need to come up with new topics. So new topics will give you new ideas. Students, nowadays, your Instagram is giving them information to a large extent. Then YouTube is giving them information. Then you go to different websites and watch different kinds of stuff. Everything is updated to them on a daily basis. And you sit with your textbook and you don't update it, or you don't bring innovative ideas, I don't think so most of the students will come and sit with us and listen to us. It is your attendance that is making them to come to the classroom. Otherwise, our students don't come to the classroom. Right? So you should be more specified learning outcomes, and you have to have clear objectives, teacher role, learner role, and the clear objectives of your particular course that will help them. Then high quality pedagogy where practices determine learning experiences and influencing your learning outcomes. You have taught a course and you should be asking yourself, what is the outcome of this lecture today? You have taught for 2 hours. At the end of the session was, if you reflect on yourself and find out what are the outcomes of this particular lesson, you yourself will find answers to it. And if you can ask your students also what is that they have understood at the end of your session, I think most of them will tell you what has happened and how you can change your teaching or how you can bring in your text, everything. Even students have innovative ideas. We can take their help and bring that innovative idea to our classroom. Then assessment should be scientific, designed to continuously improve learning and test the application of knowledge. So we have internals and we have a semester end exam. So most of them you might be having only a final exam, year-end exam, and you give marks. So rather doing that, try to conduct internals and all, and try to see that if the students have understood the topics or no. If they have not understood, you can come up with new ideas. Then promote student wellness, fitness, good health, psycho and social well-being, and ethical grounding, which are very critical for quality learning. Most of the times you have poor students or economically weak students who are coming to our classroom. They can't attend classes on a regular basis because they are working somewhere. So we need to give them more support, try to help them, right? Along with that, you need to have fitness, good health and all. It has to look, the institutions have to look into it and see that you have better students and a better fitness schedule for your students, right? Yeah, this is very important for you all because teacher autonomy, this is a very important term used in the NAP, which says that autonomy to innovate on matters of curriculum. You are given the freedoms to create your own syllabus, create your own curriculum, create your own pedagogy, create your own assessment pattern. You are given that freedom. So institutions and faculty will have to have this autonomy to innovate, and you will be given this autonomy to do that. Then curriculum and pedagogy designed by institutions and motivated faculty. If the institute wants you to create the curriculum, it is well good and enough. If the institutions ask individual teachers to create the curriculum and you have a team who's going to assess it, that will also help you out. Then formative assessment to further the goals of each program. That is what I told you. Formative assessment is going to be compulsory because if you are trying to test them on a regular basis, students are also a bit cautious about their grades and marks and their attendance. That will help you out. Now, choice-based credit system. Choice-based credit system, we already have it in our institute. This will be implemented everywhere because if you're offering a 5 credit course, if you're offering 2 to 3 credits courses over there, then the students have the right to enroll for any of these courses. So choice-based credit system will really help the faculty and also the students because they can have multiple courses in one semester. Then higher education institutes, criteria-based grading system that assess student achievement based on the learning goals for each program. making system fair and outcomes more comparable. Fairer system, all of us know. Again, we know not to discuss about it. It depends on the institutes, and also higher education institutes should move away from high-stake examinations towards more continuous and comprehensive evaluation. Most of the schools, if you see, if you have CBSE or ICSE, there are continuous exams all through the year, right? So with this continuous exam, sometimes the children lose interest in this education system. So it is better you have a formative assessment which will really help the students, right? Now, for this autonomous learning, there should be teacher autonomy, teacher identity, and teacher agency. This is very important. As teacher autonomy, each classroom will have access to latest educational technology that helps you in better learning experience. That is what I told you in the beginning. Each and every classroom will be digitalized. Then you'll have the freedom to design your own curriculum and pedagogical approaches, including textbook and reading material selections, assignments, and assessments. Everything you are given freedom to do what you like, right? Then empower faculty to conduct innovative teaching, research, and service. And you should be a key motivator and an enabler for the truly outstanding and creative work. If your students are doing creative work, it is a good recognition for the teacher, right? Then excellence will be incentivized through appropriate rewards, promotions, recognition, and movements. That is possible only through our hard work. Then this is one statement: faculty not delivering on basic norms will be held accountable. If you're not doing your teaching or any other things properly, so you will be accountable. This is a statement from NEP. It is not my statement. So they says that as a teacher, you are accountable for not delivering it properly, right? Now, till now we were talking about the classroom and the freedom to have your own curriculum. So if you have to have your own curriculum, what kind of pedagogy you're going to bring to the classroom? So if you have to bring learner-center pedagogy, learner-center pedagogy is which you can prepare depending on the learner needs. You have your learner, there should be an accountability, there should be an inquiry, there should be a discussion, collaboration, creation, and reflection. Right. So what is that accountability? What is that inquiry? What is that discussion or collaboration, creation, or reflection? What are all these? As for the learner, whatever you bring to the classroom, everything should go on these 6 principles. Right. So you need to follow a constructive approach that places students at the center of teaching learning process. We never did this. We never put our students at the center of teaching learning process. Do we give freedom for the students to speak in the class? That is the major problem. We don't give them time to speak. We don't ask them to speak in the class. If you ask them also, you ask them to speak in only English. And these children are so afraid to speak in English. So they are very shy. So there is no scope for them to speak. So give them a scope to speak in their mother tongue. First speak in mother tongue, then speak in another language, or else try to mix it up. You can have a multi-language conversation so that it is easy for them to have the freedom to express their ideas in the class. So we no need to stick on to one language and ask them to focus on only one language. Let us have a conversation in whatever language the learner might be knowing and you can understand it. So try to give them that freedom so that they can express themselves. Right. Then students are more active and participative, and the process turns knowledge into negotiation between teachers and students. When does it turn into negotiation? When we have a proper conversation between them and us. Right. So the pedagogy starts from students' interests and objectives, and it carries out using learning process based on real situations and material. So what could be the real situations? You have real situations like whatever is happening in and around us. It can be conversations between parents, it can be conversation between teacher and student, or the principal and the student, principal and the teacher, or also conversation between you and a vendor outside your school. What all conversations are they? Everything can be brought into your classroom and made into a lesson. So using the current technologies to this, along with real situation and materials, you can make it into a more learner-centered pedagogy classroom. Yeah, teacher-centered and learner-centered. What is the difference over here? Under teacher-centered, the focus is on the instructor, that is you and me as a teacher. Then students work individually because you don't frame them into groups. They have to sit alone, no talking in the class, no making noise. They should not disturb the class, right? Then the instructor observes and corrects student responses. Instructor answers student questions. Then instructor evaluates student learning. So this is all teacher-centered, where it's the individual learner and the individual teacher. Whereas when you talk about learner center, focus is both on student and the teacher. They work in groups or alone depending on the activity. Feedback and corrective action when needed. So how much time do we provide feedback to our students if they have given you a wrong answer in the classroom? Or if they have not understood a text and they have given their own understanding, what kind of positive feedback or negative feedback are we giving? So providing feedback brings in a lot of change in the classroom. Okay. The students answer each other's question and use the instructor as a resource. You could be just a facilitator or a resource person standing over there and trying to help them. And everything is possible without you and me, because students themselves can learn certain aspects on their own. So you should be just a facilitator to help them. Then students evaluate their own learning, which is supported by the instructor. If you have told them that these are the points you need to look into, if you have written a small essay, or you need to look into certain aspects when you are talking about words or vocabulary or any other thing. So there is a certain evaluation process which you have made it, and you have asked your student to use it and do accordingly. That will really help them. Okay. Now, what are the 5 domains of learner-centered teaching? Till now I told you learner-centered pedagogy. Then what is the difference between teacher and learner-centered? Next, what are the domains of learner-centered teaching? As a teacher, what is that you could do? The teacher is going to be focusing on students' learning, and there should be instructional action. What is this instructional action? Wherein approaches that avoid the tendency to tell that students reading the syllabus. Most of the teachers, first class, you come and start reading the syllabus. Do you think we need to read the syllabus to the students? No need. As a teacher, if you know the syllabus, that's more than enough. You can just tell them these are the topics which we are going to study, or just tell them or give them ideas how to study, give them advice. That is more helpful rather than you standing over there and reading everything for them. Right. Then next, share decision making about learning with students. Right. Assignment choices and policy setting. How much choice is there when you're conducting a test? Do you all ask your students, today we are going to have an open book exam, today we are going to have a presentation, or else you have any other examination which you are trying to bring a new examination pattern? Do you do that, or is it that only the textbook and the end exam? Do you ask your students? Yeah, asking them, trying to know from them, they feel more responsible for their learning. So we should be doing that. Then the content that should build a knowledge base, it should develop your learning skills and develop learners' self-awareness, right? That should not separate learning strategies from the content, like end of the class summaries or exam review sessions. Everyone has written an exam, you bring the question paper, bring it to the classroom, you discuss each and every question, and you can explain them so that in the next exam they can do it more better, right? You have given a test, you have given the grades, you don't give the scope for discussion. And how do you think the learner will know that this sum is correct or this sum is wrong, or this particular problem they couldn't solve but my teacher never explained? This is possible everywhere. So try to review those sessions and try to help your learners. Then co-create learning environments, motivate students to accept responsibility for learning. Right, you keep on telling them you read it so that you prosper in your life, this and that, and but mostly most of the learners, depending on the exam date and all, they start learning. But there are few students who are motivated enough and they want to bring some change in the society. You try to help them, right? Then evaluation, it can be self or peer assessment, or else it can be evaluation of participant. If you are present in the class, then you're given grades. If you answer certain questions in the class, then you're graded. Or if you are more active in the class, you're given a grade. So that is one way where you can help your learners. Next, Teacher-centered pedagogy would be the teacher is the whole soul over here and you have all the learners just listening to you. Okay, so why teacher-centered pedagogy has to be learned into learner-centered pedagogy, right? Learners' knowledge and experiences are validated. You should look into their background thoroughly so that students should not feel that I know everything. What is that my teacher is teaching today? Right? Look into their experience. If these boys have traveled to some places, they know more things about the environment or about other aspects. It's better that you try to have a background study of your students so that you don't feel that, okay, my students are more knowledgeable than me. Right? Content of instruction is relevant to the learner's needs and interests. Learners make choices about content and classroom activities, classroom interactions and tasks where language is used in the real world. I told you, bring lots of examples from in and around your society. That is more better. Then learners' first language and culture are viewed as a resource for learning. This is very important because we never give priority for the first language or the mother tongue, but give priority to that, give priority to their culture, because in each culture, if you look at the marriage rituals or death rituals or any other rituals, there are different ways in which they try to do it. Why don't we discuss these cultures in the classroom so that you have interaction within the students, right? If you have few students from one community, few students from another community, you can have a good interaction within those communities and see how the cultural changes can impact or bring more changes within the society. So there are very good topics where you can discuss. Then classroom tasks challenge learners and promote higher order thinking skills and acquire strategies for learning inside and outside of the classroom. It's not only within the classroom. Once the bell rang, all the students are outside. None of them is interested in listening to you, but give them a topic in such a way that the whole day they should just think about it and come up with a better idea. Okay, so learner-centered pedagogy, active participation, that is learning by doing or hands-on learning. Then consideration of learners' prior knowledge, skills and experiences. Same thing what I've put in the earlier slide. Autonomy, that is responsibility for their own learning. Give them 2 topics, tell them to read about it, tell them to research about it, tell them to write about it, bring it to the classroom, discuss in the classroom. Then you can see the different ideas that come from them. So learners not only learn content, but also develop their lifelong learning to learn skills. Then you have your analytical skills, critical thinking. Critical thinking is also a very important aspect in NEP. Then creativity and lifelong learning. All are very important. Then decision making and dialogue with peers and teacher. Both teacher and students' opinions are valued. Teacher and student opinions are valued. This is where we should be very cautious about it. If some student has given his opinion, try to take it in a positive way and try to tell him in a very positive way, rather than say cut it short and saying that what you have told is wrong, I don't value it, I don't respond to it and all, but give it in a positive way wherein the students have a better perspective about you. Then assessment, all of you know it's an ongoing process. It should be more of a formative or a self or a peer assessment. Peer assessment, mostly it does not work well because students are not interested in peers trying to correct their papers or trying to correct them. But if you create a very friendly environment and if they take it in a positive way, it will really help them. Next, what are the activities for learner-centered activities within the classroom? Collaborative or group projects. Group projects, if you're giving them, bring them into 3-member group, 4-member group, depending on the strength of your classroom. Offering advice and encouragement wherever necessary. Then lecture, delivering a monologue to students. Most of the time we are into lecturing because our Indian system is like that. Stop lecturing and trying to create more of a student center or learner center kind of teaching. Then start a forum with your LMS, learning management system. LMS you might or might not be using, or in pandemic time you all might have used it, right? Develop and share blogs or upload podcasts or videos. Work individually or in groups or encourage them to research. Then presentations, develop presentations. Presentations are a very good way of trying to encourage your learners to teach, or they can have their own perspectives put up on a slide and trying to present to us in person or via live webinars, or it can be presenting through a workplace skill, or a stage a demonstration or a product demonstration. Depends. You give them the topic and tell them to present about it. If it's an online class or it's an offline class, you tell them to do it. They'll do it very much interestingly. Or else they bring some information from the net and they'll try to present it to you. Then hold a competition in a group or else an individual, and the group will decide the type of competition they want. Then debates. All of you have done it in your classrooms, I think. This can be again in person or through live sessions through the LMS. Then gamifying learning, wherein you have leaderboards, badges, and points which you can give them. If you have completed a certain task, you can give them a badge. Or if you have completed a certain course, you can give them few points. So this is also one way of encouraging them. Then posing a problem and asking them to identify creative and innovative solutions. It is possible depending on our capability. Then role plays, most of you are aware about it. Brainstorming ideas, you all are aware, right? So brainstorming is giving them topics, telling them to fill the gaps, or telling them to bring in new ideas related to the topic. Okay. Then also doing a demo. Demo could be if they have, you can say, if they have made some kind of software, right? Asking them to explain about it, then uploading it step by step into your LMS, asking them to practice it, or telling them to explain it to the whole class. How is it possible? So give them more autonomy so that the learners feel that they are going to be the future teachers or future leaders. So they'll be more interested in these sessions, right? Now, what are the methods? First thing is cooperative learning, wherein there are problems and projects and under which conditions you are trying to create independence and individual accountability. That is one thing. Next one is inductive learning, where students are first presented with challenges. Then later on, you have inquiry-based learning, case-based learning, problem-based learning, project-based learning, and discovery learning. All these are very important because most of us don't include it in our teaching, but you can do it. Inquiry based learning, you have some, you can say there is some judicial aspect related to a certain case. You can ask them to inquire about the whole case, find out the details either through net or any other place. Try to find out and bring it. They'll be more interested into it, right? There are different cases related to, most of them on Netflix are watching so many things which are coming on it, right? So if you ask them to discuss about a certain aspect through from Netflix, I think the whole class will get into your discussion. Then problem-based learning, give them few problems, tell them to solve it, tell them to explain it how they are solved, then give them projects, or else give them discovery learning. That is, you don't know what is happening in a particular field. You tell them to find out about it and come up with it. There is new machinery coming on a daily basis because of your technology, innovation, and all. Tell them to discover, try them to find out and comment. Okay. Then gamifying learning, I told you also. There are many games which they help them to learn, and also which helps them to improve their critical thinking. See, Ludomatic and chess for mathematics, right? For geometry also you have Geomat or something, wherein my daughter's classes happen. There are many things which are happening and which you can learn easily. Next, expeditionary learning, wherein considerable educational value in getting students out of the classroom and into the real world. How many of you take your students and make them sit under a tree and you teach them? Do we do that? We never do that because classroom is fine for us. Why should we go out? Why to make all these arrangements? Why should we go out and sit with our students? Classroom is fine. If you once take them and make them sit under a tree and you teach, that is a different world for them, right? Take them for a short trip to the House of the Assembly Museum, or the type of learning is getting students in community for real world experiences. Then active learning allows students to solve problems, answer questions, formulate questions of their own, discuss, explain, debate, right? And brainstorm during classes. And flipped classroom, your COVID has taught you what is a flipped classroom, which will help them in understanding, whereas individual students and the result group is transformed into a dynamic, interactive learning environment where the teacher guides the students as they apply concepts and engage creatively in the subject matter. Right. Now, from here, I'll be talking about, till now I was talking about learner-centered pedagogy, learner-centered design, teacher-centered pedagogy, everything I completed till now. From here, I'll be talking about the interactive tools which can help you in this collaborative learning. Okay. Now, what are those interactive tools? Most of you might be aware about it. Those who are not aware about it, it's just an overview. And if you're interested also, you can just find out these tools and you can start using them, which will help you a lot. Now, Web2 tools, all of you are aware, because Web2 tools gives you lots and lots of features wherein you can use it in your classrooms. Then using blogs, nowadays each and every classroom or each and every teacher has started using blogs. They are not limited to writing. They can record videos of themselves. They can practice speaking embedded in their blog. Yeah, and for recording you have Vocaro, where is a record short audio and send via email, create MP3 or link or do account necessary. So this is used because Vocaro has been used especially for my academic purpose, so I used it, so I know about it. But nowadays, if you have your Instagram reels and everything, where students are easily posting it, so they have more innovative ideas, you can ask them to bring in. You have your wikis, which is a collaborative tool that allows students to contribute and modify one or more pages of related materials. Most of you know that wikis, wherein you can change the matter on a daily basis, whatever is written on that page. There is an edit option on that page. You can edit on a daily basis. If you think some information is wrong over there, you can immediately edit it, right? So sometimes it is not reliable enough, because most of the time if someone is trying to give wrong information on that page, then we are at loss. But see, now see this one website, editme.com, pbworks.com, Moodle's also most of you might be doing, educationweebly.com. So all these are wikis which will help you to learn collaboratively, or share one wiki with the students and ask them to type in their answers or bring in the information of a topic, of a particular topic. They will try to do it. You might be asking, because most of the students don't have access to internet or don't have access to a laptop or a computer, how do we expect them to do? But most of them have phones. Through phones also, most of them are working very hard to do the kind of activities which we give them in our classes. So that is possible. Try to bring this idea to your class. So most of you might be using Google Drive or Docs. You might be sharing, or it helps you. Google Docs will help you to prepare your documents. You can edit it simultaneously, collaboratively, right? Google Hangouts is also possible. You can have interactive sessions on a major platform. Even a Google Meet is also possible. Google Classroom we have been using regularly. Even you all can use Google Classroom. Create a classroom wherein students can upload their assignments, upload their work. You can grade them there itself. Everything is possible on Google. Google has multiple features which are really helpful for you. Then phase one, what are the goals of these particular collaborative learning environments? First is academic achievement, then acceptance of diversity and development of social skills. So all of you are aware about it. Academic achievement is very important. If you're giving any collaborative work also, finally there should be some kind of grading. Then also, if you have a multilingual classroom or a diverse classroom, ask them to come together and try to perform an act. It can't be same, if you have same language groups. If you have 3 members from same language or 4 members from other language, they immediately form into groups. So you need to break the diversity and see that the whole class is involved into her activity. And also development of social skills, that is very important. Most of them are shy to speak in the class. Most of them are shy to share their ideas. So you need to help them. Next, form heterogeneous teams. That is what I told you. Then tell them to work in small groups, student teams, jigsaws, group investigation, think, pair, share. All these terms, when you listen to it, it seems like a more flowery kind of thing, but these we do it on a regular basis in our classes. Only these terms you need to remember, that's it. Right? How behavior and results will be recognized or rewarded. It depends on the students' overall performance. So it is not that behavior, but it is his performance in the classroom. And the realistic time estimate, give a specific time, and within that time frame, if they try to complete, accordingly, you will try to grade them. Now, what are jigsaw teams? Now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams over here. And from these 5 teams, you are going to select one person and make your own expert team. Okay, so in this way, you can create your own jigsaw teams, which will really have a heterogeneous group, so that same students or same linguistic background students cannot be in one group. You need to break them into different groups, right? Next, think, pair, share. So if it is an individual, it is thinking. If you have 2 members, you call it pairing. If you have more members, then they can share their ideas. Next, 4 and 6 cluster seating arrangements. So now all of you, when I see you, you are sitting in a particular row because you need to view the screen, which is in your opposite direction. These are certain cluster arrangements within the classroom, right? 6 members at one table, right? It can be in this way or it can be even this way. 4 clusters, 4 members at one table or 6 members at one table. And here is the teacher or here is the teacher. So this is one way. If you have to include collaborative learning, try to make them into groups in such a way that they have a clear view of the teacher, clear view of the blackboard, and also it should be possible for the teacher to move around in groups so that they can have an interaction. Next, the swing seat arrangement, wherein you have 4 members here and 4 L shape. So how many total? 8 members are there. 8 members in one cluster, so that it is easy for them to view each other and also for the teacher to stand over here and view them. Otherwise, you have 3 members and 1 member trying to face all the 3 members. This is also one kind of cooperative learning arrangement. So these are different seating arrangements which you can use in your collaborative classes. Next, in order to bring this collaborative learning, you need to have a group recorder, materials collector, reporter, final copy scribe, timekeeper, cheerleader, monitor, and a messenger. Depending on the activity, you can group them into different names and give them an activity or give them an act so that they try to complete it. Most of the groups, you should have a cheerleader or a facilitator so that they take the responsibility and they try to see that the activity is completed. Next, facilitate learning, social skills, and cooperative learning. There should be social skills, that is sharing and participation. Right, sharing nowadays, how well students are sharing, I don't know, because I see a major difference. Post-COVID, things have changed and students love to share their ideas and all because they have gone through a phase wherein they couldn't interact with others during that time. So now they love to share, they love to move to places, they love to stay in their friend's place, right? There's a lot of communication happening now. Earlier, due to COVID, most of them were restricted to places, so they couldn't do it. So social skills, communication skills, group skills, and teaching social and group skills, that is very important for you all. Right. Next, assessment. You have your academic learning tests, cooperative learning assessment, collaborative learning assessment, and what is the collaborative effort that the group has given? How do you recognize that effort? How do you reward them? That is very important. Then highlight the group presentations, display results prominently in the room. We don't have time to do that. Ask your students only to create a chart and try to put it on the board so that everyone feels very happy about their hard work. Maybe invite guests to hear the final reports. Try to ask some other senior teacher to come and sit in the class and try to evaluate the presentation and try and finally give their opinion on it. It will be really interesting and even students are interested. Consider summarizing results through newsletters or other forums. You need to get into that depth of it. Then make some kind of unique contribution and highlight those contributions. It depends on you. Now, what are the interactive tools? Web 1, Web 2 tools, which help you in sharing, collaborating, practicing, speaking, writing with real audiences. If you all are aware about it, it's fine. If you all are not aware, you can just type it on Google. You have this list of Web 2 tools. You can use them easily. Now, Google Wiki, I told you earlier also. Google site that can create sub-pages for each topic. Assign subtopics to small group of students, share editing privileges with them. Google Wiki is one interesting aspect. You can share it with your students, ask them to write on it, ask them to change or create subpages, add new information on it. They will do it easily. Next, Google Spreadsheet, Google Presentation, Google Forms, drawing, documents. Everything is possible, and also Microsoft Word or Pages is also possible. All of you are using it on a daily basis, but still for your information, I brought this slide. Yeah, from here I'll give you different pages where different tools. Yeah, Miro, this is one interactive tool, right? It is free of cost and it will help you. What does Miro say? You can have a screenshot of it, or you can just search on Google immediately. Miro is a whiteboard platform for collaborative learning, free to use platform, and excellent for structuring ideas while encouraging people and teams to collaborate. So this is for collaborative learning and a whiteboard platform. So they can engage in brainstorming, plan activities, ask for feedback and suggestions, and present different concepts. It comes with a chat, comment, and a video section. So you can ask people to collaborate with each other easily. Miro is one website. Next, Teach Floor. This is also one of the website for collaboration. It helps you in creating, managing, selling online code-based courses. Creating, managing, and selling. If you have a course and if you're willing to sell it, right? If you want it to gain popularity, you can go to Teach Floor and ask them. Course creators can create their curriculum while combining synchronous and asynchronous for best possible user experience. Organizations can manage the learners' community, create
Not audible, madam.
Are you trying to share once again?
Ma'am, there was some problem with the system. It closed and again.
Ma'am, otherwise you share to us, ma'am. We will present. Share your presentation to us.
No, I'm sharing it. I'm sharing it.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, it's visible. You can go ahead.
What about my voice? Is it fine?
Yes, ma'am. Clear.
So there are seven.
Okay. So I was talking about teach floor, I think. Sorry, there was some power cut issue and also my system got off and all. Okay. Yeah, I was talking about teach floor, which is a Teach Floor enables creating, managing, and selling your online courses. It is a create code-based learning in minutes and not days. Creates a collaborative learning environment using peer learning. It can manage communities and also have valuable discussions and connections. Build an entire academy under your brand. If you're planning for courses, if you're planning for any kind of online teaching and all, and if you want to plan for any kind of coaching for your students, Teach Floor will help you out. So use Zoom to run or sync and automate your classes. So if you have courses in Teach Floor, you can use Zoom or any other Google Meet and all, and you can teach your students. Next one, Neopod. Neopod is also one of the interactive tools. It's very useful and it is easy to use. Here, it is a best collaborative learning tool for interactive presentations, assessments, create lessons, and videos. So you can have presentations, assessment, and you have inbuilt Google into it. Neopod has it. So you can select your lessons from those links, or you can select pictures or anything. Everything is available related to your topic on Neopod. It is also super easy to upload learning materials from places like YouTube, PowerPoint, and Google Slides. Everything is inbuilt into Neopod. You don't need to go and search in other places, but it will automatically give you. Then starting an interactive discussion is another thing. And also you have good assessment patterns over there. You can create a quiz and then and there you can assess them easily. Neopod is very helpful. So one click on some lesson slide, add a topic to that particular slide and learners can respond to it the moment they reach it. So learners can give a video, audio, or a textual response. Even learners can upload a video and tell you that this is what I have discussed about this lesson. So it is really, really helpful for you all. You can have a look at it. Next one, Notion. If you have heard about it or not, this is also one. Notion is a task management software and a part note-taking app. Note-taking app, that is why it is called Notion. It is a hybrid solution. It does with Grace. Then it makes ideal for creatives such as graphic designers, copywriters, marketers, and writers. If you have a maths teacher, right, you want to create certain graphs, or you can want to create certain pictures, or if you're teaching architecture or anything, this will help you out. So the Notion's most prominent component is shared database, Kanban boards, reminders, and calendars. It is free for individual use and very popular with freelancers for keeping a track of your tasks and project notes. This is one. Next one, Zoom. Most of you are aware about it. I am not going to give a detailed description about Zoom, but it can host up to 500 people at one video meeting, particularly attractive to users. Most of us are using, but now new features have come into it, because if it's a paid version, you have many features in it, right? Sharing, chat, audio, camera control, and also record meetings, virtual background, gallery, portrait views, and so on. Because I see my daughter, school is using a new version of Zoom. There are many features which you can use. You can record it, you can listen to it later. Everything is possible. Next, Seesaw. This is one interesting one. Helps to collaborate on drawings, videos, PDFs, and texts. Encourages collaboration and include instructions to every lesson. You can include instructions, assign tasks, evaluate their answers. Everything is possible. Then also learners can create the personal collaborative learning journal, right? They can share their content with their teachers and peers, And multi-language translation. This is one standout feature on Seesaw, especially with ESL learners, that is English as second language learners. So multi-language translation is a standout feature, especially with ESL students. So Seesaw is one page. Next one, 360 learning. How many of you are aware about it? I don't know. It is an LMS that turns into a collaborative learning, designed to unleash the potential of high growth businesses and startups. It is a platform that combines LMS with online collaborative tools to assess collective expertise. If 3 or 4 friends are planning to do any kind of courses, you would like to plan and construct a course and you would like to offer it, right? Most of your Swayam courses which are there, it also uses something like 360 learning. If you're doing any Swayam course or NPTEL courses, right? So they are using LMS. Even you can use it and even you can have your own course online. So it is efficient when it comes to training new employees, training customer-oriented teams, and enhancing skills from a single place. Next, PeerDuck for Google Slides. Now PeerDuck web application to make collaborative learning a breeze, interactive assessment template, and the central core of its business model. Okay, now adding questions in the templates is as straightforward as it is answering in real time. Rapid feedback is possible. Rapid feedback is possible. Then it plays well with all involved parties. Teachers and students can import lessons from Google Slides, PowerPoints, and Keynotes. This is one interesting feature. Okay, peer deck this is. Finally, it is Padlet. Most of you might be using Padlet, and those who have come to a university also might have used Padlet for it. So Padlet is a cloud-hosted bulletin board, and it's similar to Pinterest. Collaboration, collaborate, distribute, and share content on one platform. Post and embed all sides of digital content. It is like a notebook where you store images, text, documents, and videos with anyone you like and anywhere with the help of any device. This is one major feature. Suppose your teacher and your students can collect resources for your school project and post them there. You and your students will be able to review and use the information to complete your school project. And it is easy to provide feedback and assess your student work. So this is one. So this is Padlet, then PeerDuck, then 360 Learning, Seesaw, Zoom, Notion, Neopod, TeachFloor, and Miro. So mostly around 8 collaborative tools I have given you. If you can use any one which you think is interesting and easily accessible and easy to use, you can use it. Padlet is very easy to use. Neopod is very easy to use. But each website has features which can help you in different ways. So if you can have a clear understanding of it, depending, you can use them. Right. So this is what my whole presentation is about. If you have any questions, you can just ask me. I'll be able to answer you. We have 7 minutes left. If you have any questions or queries. Yes, ma'am, my presentation is done.
Any queries from any NRC? Ma'am, we can assume that no more queries.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your session. It's very informative. NRC Parvatipuram, is there anyone to sum up the session?
Yes, madam.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank you.
madam. Madam, I am happy to give vote of thanks to the Madam M. Mudaya, Dr. M. Mudaya, Madam, has explained very well National Education Policy 2020 importance in 21st century requirements and challenges faced in higher education in India, and explained well about the optimal learning environment and support for students in that, effective learning and high quality pedagogy, and New Education Policy 2020 teacher autonomy and creation of importance of own pedagogy and assessments and content, explained well about the teacher shifts from classroom learning to the teaching with technology and learning center pedagogy and constructive approach, and then discussed about the differences between teacher centered and learning centered and latter domains of learning center teaching, in that role of the teacher and balance of the balance of power and function of content, responsibility of learning and process and purpose of evaluation, focus between the teacher centered pedagogy and learning centered pedagogy, and that after that aspect of learning center pedagogy and what are the learner center activities and the learner center methods interactive required for collaborative learning, like usage of using of blacks, wikis and Google Drive documents and Google Hangouts and Google Classroom usage, and explained about the collaborative learning goals. So in that, Madam explained the activities required in to do in phase 1 and phase 2 and phase 3 and phase 4, and after that seating arrangement in collaborative learning, and later the interactive tools are very useful, Madam, like Miro and Teach Floor, Nearpad, Notion, Zoom, Seesaw, Peer Deck, and Padlet uses. So we are happy to learn through this Google this technology usage. And thank you, Madam. Thank you very much to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Namaste, sir. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you for sparing your valuable time. Small announcement for all the 18 NRCs. Just now, our commissioners are told that you can invite the media, local media, and please brief about this policy. This is actually government of Andhra Pradesh policy of instruction in English medium. You please invite media also and brief about the sessions so that it will be more impactful. That is, we are going to translate this policy into an activity, and also we are implementing in our colleges. So at your respective analysis, you can also go for media in a positive way, because organizing a state level program and imparting training to all the 4,000 odd faculty members is not a small thing. It is a huge impact. It certainly gives huge impact. I also request the program coordinators, please ensure the proper attendance, because there is a movement while class is going on. There is movement here and there, and also some of the reports are coming from the program coordinator and some master trainers are that some of the participants are coming late and going early. This is not very desirable thing. Please ensure proper presence also. And now floor is open for the master trainers. After a tea break for 10 minutes, the master trainers can take up. And as I said, please do it in a activity mode or like a workshop mode, so that there will be a change, because most of the sessions are online. So definitely if the workshop model or hands-on training model may not be possible through online. So at least the master trainers should ensure that it must be a workshop mode, and hands-on training must be available. And you can also give the assignment for the participants. Thank you very much for all your cooperation. And also I request the principals, please see that proper AC is available. If required, you can also purchase one AC, so that we can convince our commissioners to arrange for that also. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you once again, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
So now I am signing out. It is now floor is open for the master trainers. Thank you.